They arrested her.
Yeah, I knew that, but I wanted to pretend like I didn't, because that is exactly what you would expect to happen. That's how they operate, right? They arrest the good guy and let the bad guy go.
The victim.
Yep.
I mean, call her the bad guy, the good guy. I don't care. She's the victim here for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And something happened. They had a history. Because she wouldn't have just gone and got these weapons. And the first thought I had was these probably weren't hers. She probably knew where some of these people had stashes of weapons and just grabbed a couple. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's shocking. So the memes are going crazy. They've got this girl dressed up with the Scottish flag on her face in paint, holding the two weapons. It's I've seen some very powerful memes. Let's call them powerful. That, that's what memes are supposed to be. They're supposed to be powerful. They're ways for us to just communicate with one simple image. Very, very powerful messages. And again, this is another one of them. We talked about that guy that got arrested for saying "I like bacon" out in front of a migrant hotel somewhere. The big protest out there. He yells, "I like bacon," and then boom, the cops immediately grab him, put him in cuffs, and haul him away. And so now the memes are all about the British flag made out of bacon. Every other country is making their flags out of bacon. There's just a million bacon-related memes going on right now, and it's sort of becoming the symbol of freedom in the UK is bacon.
I mean, if you got a problem with bacon, right, why would you come to a nation where people like to eat bacon and it's free to eat bacon, right? There's no restrictions on eating bacon. You can't come over to America and dictate your rules and laws because your religion says pork is evil or something like that. Mm-hmm. Bacon is a staple of American food. You know what I'm saying? For breakfast, for lunch. I mean, shoot, they put ice cream with bacon now. It's that loved. So, if you don't like it, don't come over here, man. We don't want people that cannot assimilate or who have this crazy idea that they're going to change us. No, you're not going to change us because we are a free and open society. And if you don't like that, go back to your repressive country.
Exactly. I love cheeseburgers, but man, you give me a bacon cheeseburger, that's next level. That's just next level. I just got some bacon the other day.
Mignon with the bacon wrapped around it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, those are delicious.
For sure.
Yeah. On and on and on. Bacon is just good. And it's funny, too, because they're fighting over bacon over there. And they don't even have bacon. They got ham or something.
Yeah.
They have the Canadian version of bacon.
I was listening to somebody that went, I think it was Wes Huff, that went over to Israel. Somebody, anyway. And he went to see all the, Christian holy sites and stuff. But a lot of the areas that he was in those areas are Muslim now, right? And so it was all, Muslim food. So he couldn't get any American food. And he was like, man, where can I get some bacon, And there was one place that he could get the bacon, hidden back in a dark hole somewhere. And his tour guide took him there. And he was like, man, just to get some American food and some bacon in me, it was just like, it just made the whole trip worthwhile.
Yeah. If you think about where Jesus lived and whatnot, Jerusalem is about as far west as he ever made it, right? And the when they say from the river to the sea, they're talking about the Jordan River and the Sea of Galilee,
right?
The Dead Sea. That's the territory Galilee was his main area out there where he had his church. So yeah, that's all Muslim-controlled land now. Pretty much all of it. Bethlehem, Jerusalem is holy unto Christians and Jews and Muslims because the other two religions like it so much they had to get in there and take it over. But
I guess they look at it this way, anything that's a temptation, they just have to eliminate. Okay, women, they're a temptation, so we just black curtain over them completely. Pork, because you can imagine the smell of bacon, dude, just being, piped out into the public. That'd be hard to resist, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Just say, let's get rid of it all, man. Get rid of the women, get rid of the bacon, get rid of it all, because it's a temptation.
Yeah, you're going by someplace. It's like, man, that smells good. What is that? Oh, ribs. Pork ribs. But it smells so good, Open a Texas barbecue, like authentic, Texas barbecue in London, and they'll run you out of town because it's not halal.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Crazy.
It's changed a lot. The BBC did an article the other day on, I can't remember the name of the beach, some famous tourist spot, and they showed images of it from, like the 60s, 70s to what it looks like today. And it's just, it used to be English people, just British, English, right? White people. Today, there's no British people there. It's all burqas, literally full burqas at the beach. People sitting around in circles wearing full burqas with just a little slot over their eye at the beach.
And I mean, imagine if it's like super duper hot, because black is like the hottest color to have. Like I said, man, can they like dress them up in some floral stuff or maybe some spring colors? But no, it's got to be like a funeral. They got to treat their woman like death itself, right?
And they're thick too,
A reaper, so they can just walk around like they're, the reaper.
Yeah. And, you think about it, though, if you're going to complain about it in England, hey, let's go back to Saudi Arabia, right? You see how you like it there when it's 115, So, England.
You're out in the desert in some of those places. I can't even imagine.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a black bodysuit, a black blanket. I mean, everything covered, even your eyes. Like a lot of the times, they have this little sort of like a screen, like you'd have a screen door. It's like that. So you can't see their eyes, but they can see out. But when they see out, they're probably seeing out like a fly would see. It's about that kind of quality because it's like a grid that they're looking through.
And the amount of garbage they left behind, too. Like every night they have to send crews out there to clean it up because nobody throws anything out. They just leave it all right there on the ground. Right. Just complete lack of respect. Absolute, complete, and total lack of respect for the beach. When you go to the beach, you don't pollute. You don't. You're out there with all your friends and everything. When you leave, you pick up your garbage, you throw it out in the trash can, and then you get in your car and you go home.
I mean, people are just like really rude these days. There's a lot of people that are extremely rude, have no manners whatsoever. Have you seen that video of the guy on the bike that's riding the wheelie? Have you seen that guy?
I'm not sure. Keep going.
Well, he's like riding on the sidewalk, and he's like, people are just walking by, right? And he'll ride right up to them riding a wheelie with his, like, he's turning the wheel up front like he's crazy, and he'll turn it like at the last second, like where the wheel just comes, maybe a couple inches away from the person. You could have just knocked him over. Old people, young people. I mean, and then he does it on the road as well. He's just this kid. I mean, what's wrong with people? Like, what are they doing? Like, what is compelling people to do such bizarre and insane and dangerous things? I don't get it, man. There's something happening, man. And I know a lot of people say, well, maybe he got too many jabs or something, but I think there's something spiritual happening, and that's just my opinion. But I think people, if they just look hard at it, it does seem like there's this light and dark thing happening, good and evil, sort of battling it out. And that's why we can never surrender. We can never surrender, because the darkness, man, these people that are all about darkness and evil, they are relentless, man. They never back down. They have to literally be defeated.
Yeah, I watched another one of those videos today. Fleckus Talks put it out, where he goes out and just interviews people, asking them very, very easy questions. How many months in a year? Can you name them? No chance. Just no chance.
Simple stuff.
Really simple stuff.
Yeah.
Holding up a clock that's like it says it's what, 10 to 3, 2:50, and what time is this? And just one after the other couldn't answer at all what an analog clock, says. Just depressing. How many moons do we have?
Well, I don't know, man. I saw that sci-fi movie. I saw 4 or 5 moons, and one. So we got to have at least 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, have you ever gone out at night and looked up? How many moons do you see? You see one for sure. I've never really seen any other ones. I've heard that there's several other additional ones, but that's a little bit out there.
Mm-hmm.
Could be true, could not. I don't know. I'm surprised Mark hasn't jumped in yet.
We're waiting for you, Mark.
Yeah, but it's a sad thing. There's another channel that does a series of these. He's constantly going to different universities, and honestly, the kids that are going to these schools, they just don't know anything. It makes you wonder, how in the world are you going to college when you don't know how many dimes are on a dollar?
Yeah. Well, here in Oklahoma, we're taking away the phones from the kids during school time, and I think that's a great idea.
Good.
It's a big
Oh,
distraction.
yeah.
That's a big problem. That's probably, I mean, I don't know, degeneracy at all the different levels is a real thing, man. And I even made a meme that said degeneracy is a real problem, because it is, man. And ignorance is a real problem as well. People don't have any knowledge anymore. The only thing they know stuff about is Hollywood or some football team or some celebrity. They can tell you everything about some Hollyweirdo, but they know nothing about anything that really matters.
Oh, yeah. They'll ask them, can you name the Kardashians? And they'll rattle them off the top of their head, But can you name the president of the United States or the vice president? Not a chance. Can you name a country? What's a country? One of them said. What do you mean by a country? What's a country?
Define a country for me.
Yeah.
I know we're asking you what a country is.
It's one thing to not be able to name like 3 countries, but it's another thing to not know what a country is.
Sure.
That's just like next level stuff. Like how, and I bet they all have high school degrees.
Dude, when I was in elementary school, we had to learn all 50 states, all the state capitals, the national, everything. I mean, just that's like basic, like 5th grade stuff. I don't think it's stuff anymore, but it used to be.
I've got here in front of me a grammar school examination for the 8th grade from 1899 to 1901. Okay. And I mean, I could, like geography, name the states in which each of the following is found: the source of the Mississippi, the source of the Missouri, the Hudson River, Cleveland, Springfield, Atlanta, Tampa Bay, Leadville, Great Salt Lake, and Nashville. Okay, not too hard. I could do that one. Name the countries of South America with capital cities. That's not too hard, because South America is just, not that big. There's not a lot of countries, but would I get every capital right? Yeah, probably. But again, now the next one, Europe. Name the countries of Europe with the capital cities. I don't think I could do that one. There's just so many. I mean, I think if I systemically went around, I could probably, it'd take me a while, but never the capital cities too.
Well, if somebody should be able to answer that question, it should be like a middle school or a high school or a college student, because that's fresh memory if they're being taught right. Now, like someone like you or me, we probably forget about it, a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like we're studying the maps of the world, but, we probably should refresh ourselves on that every now and then. Just get a map out and look at it.
A post 3 feet high casts a shadow 4.5 feet long. What would the height of the pole? What would the height of the pole that casts a shadow 120 foot long? What is the height of it if the shadow is 120 feet long? A 3-foot one has a 4.25 foot shadow. So now the shadow is 120 feet long. How tall is the pole? An 8-inch cube was molded into a sphere. Find the diameter of the sphere. 8th grade stuff.
Yeah.
A note for $500 bears interest at 8% per annum. It's dated November 3rd, 1897, and is due March 12th, 1899. On its back is endorsed July 15th, 1989, paid $200. Due 1898, paid $150. What sum will be due at maturity?
Well, you're the math man, so you this should be all easy for you.
Well, you give them a HP12C, and I can knock that one out in a couple strokes of the buttons. You give me a regular calculator, and I've got to manually multiply that out through the years. But they didn't have calculators in 1899, so they had to do it all long form by hand.
Oh yeah.
Where it's, you know what I mean? So you got to go through each year and add an additional 8% interest to the sum. I assume this is compounding, right?
Well, I
It
think
doesn't
that's the
necessarily.
argument with people. It's like, well, with modern technology, we don't really need to know all that stuff. But if things go bad, we have some sort of EMP that takes down the electrical grid, or even a storm, or something like that, or a nuclear war, or something.
Mhm.
How well are you going to survive? If you don't know certain basic stuff.
And social media would be the first thing. I mean, people really do get addicted to that stuff.
Oh yeah.
And they just, if they don't have access to that, it's going to take them a number of days of just being, almost like coming down off heroin to a degree to be able to start socializing. And then at that point, they're still not going to be very good at it because they haven't had to do it in the way, in person up front.
Yeah. Well, all those people that are online that are like that just all they do is online, they're like harsh, right? They will say the rudest things. And then they get in the real world, they'll say nothing in front of a person to their face because they're really weak. Most of those people that talk real big on the internet are some of the weakest among us. Like they got in a real community, they would be quiet. They'd be silent. They would not know how to even socially interact because they're just kind of like, cut downs. That's all they do is they come on the internet just to cut down people, right? Make fun of people, say horrible stuff. That's just what some people do for full time.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. It's just crazy how much our society has changed for the worse. In 1899 as well, if you went to school with a rifle over your shoulder, nobody blinked. And school shootings didn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if the teacher would say, hey, why don't we put that behind my desk? I think they'd just say,
Yeah.
Like, make sure that thing ain't loaded. But they wouldn't even have to say that because a kid that age would know not to, have it one in the chamber at least,
Well, what causes a lot of the problems? A lot of these people that are sort of rowdy, they don't think there's going to be any negative repercussions for what they do. So they just keep acting out and acting out. So the discipline is gone. And that's a real problem, man, And then when they do bad, they coddle them, they don't spank them. They say, oh, it's, you have a sickness, man. We'll give you some drugs. You'll be fine. We'll just numb and dumb you down and you'll be fine. We'll give you some 80 what's that, the stuff to make you focus and concentrate in school. What's that called? 80.
Ritalin or
Ritalin. Yes.
Ritalin.
So that's false.
I think they've got way more powerful stuff than that nowadays, though.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what they give kids back in like the 90s and 2000s. I think today they've jacked that stuff up to like, the nth degree, where Ritalin they wouldn't even notice they're on Ritalin nowadays. They'd just be like, there's nothing. Yeah. And I honestly, that's the biggest connection that all these shooters have. It's the number one thing. It's the drugs. They're all on some crazy psychotic prescription that melts their brains.
Most of the time, pharmaceutical drugs and psychotropic drugs.
Yeah, precisely. It just fries their brain to the point where they can't tell the difference between good and evil.
Yeah.
And
you lose like discernment. Perhaps even reality. They sort of disconnect from reality. A lot of these people do, because I've watched documentaries on these people that are like psychopaths like that. They disconnect from reality and they're living in their own bubble of just, it's a crazy fantasy world. And they see that fantasy world as the real world.
Yeah. And that's the scary part. If you think you're living in a video game, then what's to stop you from doing whatever you want?
Yeah, and there's that guy that thought he was in the Matrix, remember? And that he could kill his parents and they wouldn't really die because they were just, I guess jacked in somewhere when the robots had him. And he literally bought into all that and believed it. And he mass murdered his mother and his father. I think he's like he may have been released because, you know, he was, I guess they, you know how they say, oh, he's mentally insane, so he can't really stand trial. I think it was one of those deals, but I can't really remember. Essentially, he thought that we're all trapped in the Matrix. Like a literal world. And of course, you have Elon Musk telling people the same stuff. So it's kind of dangerous telling people this stuff, in my opinion. I mean, it's a great way to look at things metaphorically, but to literally start playing with people's mind and telling them they're stuck in the Matrix, that's pretty scary, dude. That freaks some people out that have no critical thinking.
Yeah, exactly. And those are the ones that we gotta watch out for, you know? Sure. I mean, it's just amazing how much the world's changed from 1899, if you think about it. You know, I mean, they didn't even really have phones back then. You know? It was just it was like watching Bonanza or something. You know, you ride a horse around. You got a horse and buggy, pretty much as the modern, you know, the telegram was out.
Yeah.
You know, but otherwise they sent mail on trains and, you know, horses.
Look how they gathered around the radio when it first came out. They gathered around the radio shows like it was like the greatest thing. And then they came out with the black and white TV and they gathered around the TV. And then they came out with the color TV and they gathered around the TV. And it's just been like one like major distraction after another to where there's no real interaction happening anymore. I mean, you have the phone now, you have the internet now, you have the television. I mean, you've got all of these distractions so that nobody's having any real human connection anymore. No wonder people, you know, only have one or two friends or zero. Some people have zero friends, which is really sad, man. And I don't think they should feel bad about that because honestly, people are just not that open anymore. They're just kind of closed. They put the walls up, you know, and it's gotten even worse since the shamdemic. So I've been trying to just get myself out there more and more, be more social because I understand the importance of that for my soul and for others as well. Because not only do I want to take, I want to give of myself too to others, man. That's, you know, you got to pay it forward. All the good that's been done to you, you want to pay it back.
Yeah, and we don't have enough of that in the world nowadays. But anyway, folks, on that note, let's wrap up our one of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show right here. But stay tuned. We'll be right back with hour two right after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break, folks.
Have we brought the doom and gloom tonight or what?
Oh no, you don't get doom and gloom until you get Jack, man. The end is here, you know.
We should do a promo picture of all of us and have signs that say the end is here, you know, have us standing out. We can do it with AI, have us standing out in the street corner of New York City.
The end is here, but the end of what, you know?
It could be the end of a lot of things, man.
Yeah, well, it was the end of the age of Pisces. Now it's we're going into the age of Aquarius. Of course, it's the end.
I mean, yeah.
That's biblical, too.
Well, you know, there's a big thing going on right now, which I totally disagree with, but it's really circulating, going viral on YouTube and different places where people are saying the rapture is going to take place September 23rd or September 24th. And they have this whole theory behind it. And I mean, it's an interesting theory. I mean, it's an interesting chain of events, I guess I should say. And somehow they've taken this interesting chain of events and tried to connect it to the rapture. But anybody that reads their Bible knows that the resurrection and the rapture cannot happen until the Antichrist has been revealed. So all these people that believe that the Christians, like myself, are going to be raptured out before the tribulation are going to have a rude awakening, in my opinion, because we have to endure just like we've endured everything. Everybody, I mean, that's the trial by fire that's expected of Christians, right? We're expected to go through fire. I think Jesus said that every person will be baptized with fire, seasoned with fire. And so, I mean, that's how we have growth. That's how we show our loyalty, our faithfulness to God and to humanity. You know, you got to go through the tough times. And yeah, you're going to have good times too, more good times than bad times. But this idea that you're going to escape, that's something that got introduced by Scofield. The early church fathers did not embrace that theology. In fact, you can look and see.
Well, let's move on over to the next room. All right. So.
All right. See you guys there.
All right. get this up and rolling. Rolling. Wait a minute here. I gotta add to people's. That's what it is. There we go.
It's funny when you just call me normally and I don't have the meeting app open.
Mm-hmm.
The accept button's on the right, but when I have the app open, the right one is decline. For whatever that's worth.
I don't know, but
It's
it
weird.
works. It's working.
Well, it's weird they wouldn't have consistency with it and just keep the accept on the right both times, you know.
Yeah, I noticed they did this slide thing too if you're on like a desktop. So, you know, there's some other stuff that's going on that they, you know, when they do the update. So, I don't know. Strange. Strange days indeed.
Anyway, thinking I'm going to do a post on that whole topic if I get the chance. I just don't like making them because all the Christian pre-tribbers, they just come at you with so much hate, man. It's unbelievable, right? I mean, it's like solid doctrine to these people. They swear by it. That, you know, we're going to be rescued. We're not going to have to endure any hardship or anything. That's for the bad people.
Hellbob's coming again. Wait for the mothership.
Hellbob was crazy, dude.
Hellbob.
Oh, let's talk about crazy, man. Did you see where the orgy room got demolished at the man? And then right after that, there was this hellish lightning and storm that followed that just basically made Burning Man hell on earth for a while.
Made it mud again.
Yeah, but the next day, I guess it was pretty good. I watched a video of some guy going around. You know, it was actually a real sunny day, mostly blue skies, real clouds, and just people setting up and stuff. And but man, they had a vicious sandstorm, windstorm, 50+ mile-an-hour winds. The orgy room got destroyed.
Dude, I camped out in Nevada in the desert in this like dry lake bed, and it was so cool. There was a hot spring on one end of it, and it was like 2-3 miles across this flat, you know, dried up lake bed to get to where the hot springs were. And you could just gun it. I mean, I was in a Suburban. It didn't go very fast, but I was hauling butt out there, kind of getting sideways, turning a little bit, like fishtailing at about 75. It was fun, dude. It was so fun. And then Blue and I just parked in the middle of the thing and crashed out there for the night.
Well, you know, the Burning Man has like 70,000
I can just picture Blue's head hanging out the window with her tongue all the way back at the end of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Just eating that up. I bet she loved it.
Oh, yeah.
You could take Blue to Burning Man, you know.
No.
She wouldn't like it.
I know, I don't think. Well, here's the thing that I had about Burning Man. 72,000 plus people show up. And the only thing that came to my mind was bathrooms. And you know, they're those porta potties, man. Can you imagine?
Man, that Willie, he makes a killing at Burning Man. Don't you know that?
Using those porta potties, I couldn't do it, dude.
You'd need like 20,000 of them too, you know?
I don't even want to think about it. All those people, you know, some of them probably not hygiene. Their hygiene may not be the best. I mean, eventually you're going to have some people with bad hygiene when you got 72,000 people there, and probably not a lot of shower facilities, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah, none.
So you got all these people wrapping in the same little porta potty. I don't know, man. I couldn't do it, dude. I was just thinking about it. I couldn't do it.
Dude, water out there can get really expensive. Like $5-10 a bottle. If you don't bring it up, you know, you get screwed.
Now they're saying everything's free. Nobody pays for anything because it's real expensive to get in. It's like a charitable gift giving thing. But then the
Yeah.
guy founded it. He said
Right.
it's not really about charity. He said because goodwill means nothing. He said it's all about the struggle to survive. I thought, what a terrible message to tell people that goodwill isn't really that important. We don't really have it. We get along in community because it's like an experiment. He looks at it as an experiment for community and how community should work. And I guess it only works best, in his opinion, is if we're all struggling and have to get along together to survive. No, I think goodwill is what was more important.
So last year it got flooded out, and was it Chris Rock who had to walk like 3 miles through the mud to get to the road to get it right out of there?
He escaped. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. Have you ever had to walk through that kind of mud that just sticks to your boots? Like every step you take, you get another like half or a quarter inch of mud.
Like clay, right? It's more like
Yeah.
clay.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Your feet just get covered. You have to like stop and get a stick and like
first of all,
dig it out.
Couldn't go 3 miles walking like that. That's like walking 15 miles.
Yeah.
You're putting that much effort to take a step. That every step is like 6 steps.
Yeah.
And your muscles get sore. You know, I mean, yeah, not everybody.
It's just a pain in the butt. Yeah. I remember riding out in the desert one time, and we came into that mud, and it just coated on your wheel to the point that your wheel couldn't even turn anymore. So I'm like basically having to like almost carry my bike out, as well as having my feet covered. It was ridiculous.
Well, what they do now, they have these trucks that just douse water on and they make roads on the sand so that the sand isn't blowing up, and you can ride your bike on it and stuff. So they create the roads this way. And that way, because man, like all the transportation is different
30
kind
seconds,
of
guys.
different like rides that they make. They make all kinds of like you'd see in a parade kind of thing. But I gotta admit, it looks pretty at night, man. It is all lit up. The whole place is just lit up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're creative too, man. They put a lot of work into that stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show. We've got Barry here. Barry, you're off to Burning Man tomorrow, right?
And I think it's almost over, isn't it? A couple more days.
I think we're like day 2 or 3 of it now, or something like that. I don't know.
4 or 5 more days then, at least.
Yeah, but you were saying during the break that one of their orgy rooms blew away.
Yeah, they had a massive dust and wind storm, and it blew the orgy dome down.
That's got to be a shame.
And then a lightning massive storm followed, and it was like Burning Man hell is what they were describing it as. It's pretty bad, apparently. But, you know, they're kind of notorious for having weird weather. I don't know. It seems to somehow follow them.
And that's a rare place for it to rain. I was talking about that earlier before the show. It's like Reno just doesn't get a lot of rain in the summer at all, like ever. It's the desert, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? And last year they got dumped on. And it is a dry lake bed, so when it rains, it fills up with water.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The water's got nowhere to go. It just, until it evaporates, it's going to be there. So if you've got 3 inches of water across the entire desert floor, it's going to take several days for that to evaporate and go away or soak into the ground or whatever it does, but it's not like, where most people are used to. It's the desert, man. It's hardcore desert out there. Big time.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, but, hey, when you're going out into the desert in the middle of summer, have fun. It's going to be hot. It's going to be dusty. It's going to be a lot of this stuff, and you're going to get dirty.
I think a lot of people, because it can be kind of expensive.
But
the people that have a lot of money, like you were talking about on the break, like Chris Rock, I'm sure they bring their, top of the state-of-the-art, van or whatever they have, bus. They live luxuriously when they're out there, nice and cool, got all the luxury and the amenities that they need. So yeah, but I think, I think a lot of people they like the idea of kind of roughing it.
Yeah, I was reading somewhere that they've got these different tiers, and for like the $20,000 level, you can get your own RV that'll just be there waiting for you, brand new one, like a Class A. that's just sitting there. You show up, here's the keys, you get in, and you live in that for the next week, right? And
Yeah.
they'll have special dinner, special food, special everything. You know, like pure VIP experience with other big celebrities. You know, and the one next door, and if there's 20 of those types of RVs, they're all filled with VIPs. You know, so. Yeah, and centrally located, the whole 9 yards. It's they really do tend to. They know that there's a lot of very, very wealthy tech people from the Bay Area that go out there every year that have been doing. It used to be out in California until it got big enough that they said, "Hey, let's just move this out to the desert where we can really do it." So its origins are in the Silicon Valley. So a lot of those people go out there. There's a lot of programmers and stuff that are involved in that.
I don't think it started out that way, but eventually, sort of like the Holly weirdos kind of come in, and like you said, the big tech people, and they all kind of do it. I kind of see Burning Man. I don't know, maybe it's not a good comparison, but sort of like Coachella. It just seems like, I don't know, to me, a waste of time. Like I would never. Coachella doesn't interest me at all, man. That is just like it's so expensive on top of everything. But I mean, that's the whole thing. I think the whole thing is prestige. I went to Coachella, or however you pronounce it.
Yeah. And I think, you talk about the price of Burning Man. I think it's like $1,000 to get in the door.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Now, if you don't make a lot of money, there are, according to what this one guy was saying, you can get in for cheaper and get the same benefits. Like he was saying, because this guy that was narrating, he said, well, he got a bunch of questions like why his wife wasn't with him. And he said, well, because she would have to pay the full $1,000 because obviously she makes more money than he does. So it just wasn't in their budget.
And you talk about 70,000 people at $1,000 a head. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I mean, just you're talking about boatloads and boatloads of cash for one week of work a year. Well, I don't want to put it to that because I'm sure there's months of planning and months of teardown. But it's for an event that lasts a week and then probably at least bare minimum, a couple months of preparation for it as well, right? But in other words, you still get most of the year scot-free and make crazy amounts.
Yeah, I mean, you can go pretty much anywhere and do any of the activities and get food and free snow cones and whatever it is that they're offering. It's pretty much all free, according to what this guy was saying. I think he was headed to get some free, I was watching it on YouTube, melted cheese sandwiches. I guess that was going to be his lunch. Didn't sound too healthy, but hey, maybe he's got something in the fridge back at his mobile.
Compared to the copious amounts of drugs he's taken that day, it's probably the healthiest thing that went into his mouth.
Could be.
But craziness out there. I spent a lot of time in Nevada. I know the state very well. It's shockingly beautiful when you get past the first impression, which is there's nothing here. But you start digging deeper, and it gets really, really, really cool. It's amazing how many mountains there are there. How much just diversity of everything. Now, the hot springs as well are fabulous. In the Basque culture, the Basque, meaning the northern Spanish section of Spain that's always looked for independence, that are up in the Pyrenees. Their food is insanely good, and you can pull off to these places in the middle of nowhere and just have one of the best steak dinners you'll have in your life. I'm always blown away.
Yeah. Sounds good, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Always blown away by their food.
I believe it.
So if you're ever driving on a road trip through Nevada and you're coming up on Elko or Winnemucca or one of those little towns, just look for Basque food, Basque, and go have yourself a good meal there. I think, folks, you'd really enjoy it if anyone tries that.
And if you make it to Tulsa, Oklahoma, come on down, man. We got 4 or 5 Taco Bells. We got a McDonald's and a Burger King. We got some pretty nice places. I'm just kidding.
I'm actually jealous of Oklahoma for one thing, and that is, if you know who George Mott is, M-O-T-T, he has a YouTube channel where he's written several books. He's the definitive expert on hamburgers in America. And Oklahoma has a freakish number of places that still serve original style cheeseburgers that they've had on the menu for generations now. that are just some of the best in the world. The Oklahoma fried onion smash burger is really probably by far the most famous one. And there's places out there that are still serving those things up on the same grill they've been using for 80 years. And man, I would love to go get me one of those. If I ever touch down in Oklahoma, Barry, that's the first place I'm going.
Yeah, well, there's a guy on YouTube that covers all the really excellent places to eat in Tulsa. And I really need to tune back into that because there's probably a few really good hamburger joints that I haven't hit yet.
Yeah, I would recommend you go straight to the source. Put in Oklahoma fried onion burger, and then George Mott should come up and just watch that one where he actually goes to the place where it was originated from. And man, get in your car, and I'm almost positive it's in Tulsa somewhere. So you could probably have one of those for lunch tomorrow, which makes me jelly.
I'll eat one for you, man. I certainly will.
All right, yeah. Oh, at least send me a picture, dude.
I will. I'm sure it's going to be big, fat, and juicy.
Yeah, well, they smash them down and they cook them right in there with the onions. You put a massive wad of onions on top of a burger. It was meant to add, during the Depression, meat was expensive. And so they added like an absurd amount of onions to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, to fill it, to give it more more calories, so to speak.
Sure.
And yeah, you smash them all into it, and then you flip the thing over and let it grill with those onions. And some of them, get steamed, and some of them get crispy. It's just it's a magical thing.
Sure, absolutely.
I'll tell you, my life changed when I learned how to make those at home. I just said, man, that looks so good and it looks so easy. I'm just going to try it at home. And I nailed it. The first try, I kicked it out of the park, and I've never messed it up once.
Never.
It's the best way to cook a hamburger there is. What's that?
You didn't have to go out and spend all that money to get the burger that you want. You can just do it right at home. I do that with like Chipotle. Like I don't go to Chipotle anymore because I just learned how to make the bowl myself with the rice, the chicken, the beans, all the different toppings. And I'm like, wow, this tastes exactly like Chipotle. Why would I spend $12 at Chipotle? I can do it right here.
Yeah. $12 sounds real cheap, bro. I don't know the last time you've been there, but yeah, I bet there's.
I might have gone up. I know the bowl's a little bit cheaper than if you get the tortilla.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. It's still. I think it's maybe. Yeah. If you get a drink, you're probably looking at least 15.
I was down. There's so many places I can pop in when I'm going into town where I can just get a big gulp kind of thing for $1, right? If I don't drink them very often, but every now and then I just want a big Coke. You know what I mean? And I went into the Subway. The small was $3, the medium was $4, and the large was $5. And I was just like if you got 3 kids, that's $20 on Cokes.
Yeah, you'd be better off buying a 2-liter yourself at the grocery store and just drinking it, dude.
And while you're at it, buy a loaf of bread and some ham and whatever else, and just make your sandwiches at home.
You're talking to the guy that eats out maybe 2 or 3 times a month. I cook everything at home. Ever since the shamdemic, I started that just basically because I had no other choice. And I had just never turned back. Not only is it saving me a lot of money, I get to choose what I'm putting in my body, which is like super important to me because I'm a health nut.
Yeah. I eat out very little as well. I mean, maybe more than twice a month, maybe 3 times a month. 4 times a month, if I go into town. But sometimes I'll just do something as simple as getting, the burger. I'm sorry, the McDonald's app. There's a McDonald's right next to the thing, so you can get a half off for a double cheeseburger. So sometimes I'll do that with a Coke, and just that's my eat out for the week and a half or whatever. So it's like a $4 excursion, and it's really just because it's. I mean, those things go through you. McDonald's is terrible. It's the worst, but it's convenient and it's right there. And if I can get a double cheeseburger and a Coke for $4, then it's pretty. It's reasonable. I'm not paying retail. I'm not paying $9 for a Big Mac or whatever it is. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, that horse's meat over there at McDonald's is pretty good.
It was funny. I heard someone talking about how Americans love their sandwiches much more in the UK. The UK, it's like a side thing. It's a sandwich. It's not a big deal. And he was saying how McDonald's calls their hamburger sandwiches as an example. And I'm like, they do that because it's not a hamburger is beef inside of 2 buns, right?
Okay.
A sandwich is whatever horse meat they're using inside of 2 buns.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So when he said that, I kind of like, yeah, it's technically a hamburger. You know, it always, yeah, I'm strict on that. The hamburger is beef in between, bread. It's not chicken.
Right.
It's not a burger. It's a chicken sandwich.
Chicken burger.
No, it's a chicken sandwich. Let's get it straight.
Well, what's chicken of the sea?
Okay. Yeah, the chicken of the sea. The chicken of the cave. Remember that one?
I don't remember that
That was from Anchorman.
Okay.
Maybe Anchorman 2.
It's been a while since I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, where the sports guy has a restaurant where he claims to be serving chicken, but it's bat.
Scary stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he calls it
chicken of the
chicken
cave.
of the sea. Chicken of the cave. Yeah. Same thing. So, anyway, let's dive into another
Probably
headline
got
here.
that
Melania
pandemic
Trump.
stuff, right? Is
Go
that
ahead.
Chicken in the bat cave. That's probably how the COVID virus got out.
Well, that's what they'd have you believe, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Even though there's no bats living anywhere within like 600-700 miles of Wuhan. But hey, bats can travel.
Sure.
Let's see what's going on here. Melania Trump is looking at being on the cover of Vanity Fair magazine. And the left is going crazy about it. Because, she's never really been on the cover of any major fashion magazine in the first term.
Well, ever since she's been the first lady, she never has been. She used to be on the cover of magazines probably quite a bit because she's always been known as a beauty. But, the left just hates Trump and hates Melania, and they would rather put Michelle Obama on the cover of a magazine. And she's on all kinds of covers, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Jill Biden.
On it.
Jill Biden was all over him in her, in her dresses that look like they came right off the drapery, or the pattern for the couch.
Well, if you notice that fashion isn't really based on, class and style anymore, go look at some of the Hollywood weirdo fashion shows, man. It's all like dark and demonic stuff a lot of times. I mean, like creepy stuff, like super. I posted on social media and people like, what is this, man? Oh, I don't know. It's just the latest, fashion show. That's Kanye West right there. And it's all, just like utter sheer ugliness, right? Like the uglier, the better, like they're wearing a trash bag and they think that's somehow fashion. It's ridiculous, man. The same thing at, what's that show? The Met Gala, where they go and they dress up the craziest of stuff. And I don't know if you saw this, but what was the Lil Nas X? He was out walking around in his underwear and boots, and some person was filming him. And apparently he was like drugged out or something. And then he attacked the police when the police came to take him away, because he's sitting there walking down the middle of the street acting nuts. I mean, acting crazy in nothing but his underwear and boots. And this woman was just filming him the whole time. You got to watch it. It's pretty bizarre.
I saw it. I didn't click on the video, but I did see the article. I don't care enough about him to watch that, but I'm sure it's bizarre. I'm sure it's actually probably worth watching.
The people in Hollywood weird, and I know he's not an actor, but I put them all in that same kind of category. They're just kind of cracking, a lot of them, man. They're like sort of falling off the edge, like really out there. Yeah.
Well, all their lives are catching up to them, It's all catching up. They're seeing the insanity of the positions that they've been, forced to hold and say out loud to the world. And it's just all blowing up in their face, We're not going to be your slaves. We're just not. Sorry, folks. I don't know what to tell you. If you were counting on, Barry and I being your slaves, it's just not going to happen.
I want to be a personal assistant of some celebrity, man. I want to hear them bark orders at me because I want to bow down before them, and because I just idolize them so much.
Yeah. Kim Kardashian, man. I want to, I want her to be my leader.
Hero, man, my hero.
Mm-hmm.
The whole Kardashian family. Forget just Kim. I mean, across the board, man.
Starting right at the top with Caitlyn, right?
The whole Kardashian family. I feel sorry for him, man. Something happened there. I don't know. They say it's the Kardashian curse, maybe. A lot of people that come in contact with Kardashians don't fare too well. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. It's the succubus. You marry a succubus, it's going to happen.
Succubus. Oh, she's probably a vampire for sure. I mean, who knows? I'm sure there's a lot of weird things that go on in that family, way more than you see in the show. That's for certain.
Oh yeah. Oh God. They probably got entire fake walls in there. When the cameras leave, they turn them around. It's just God knows what. Just
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, God knows what they do in their spare time. Who knows? But I don't want anything to do with it, and I don't have anything to do with it, so it works out fine for me.
I just like to be able to get every now and then that Holly Weirdo thing, because I get some satisfaction. I hope it wakes some people up. Please do not idolize these people, because they're really kind of weird, most of them.
That's right. But yeah, Vanity Fair is looking to have Melania Trump on there. This is probably her 100th magazine cover, but the first one as First Lady after 8 years, 9 years now that someone could have asked her. So it's crazy.
That the gangster thing that she wore. Remember when she got real serious after they tried to kill her husband, Donald Trump, and she wore that almost looked like a mobster outfit, like signifying okay, you want to play? I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready to play because, man, I'm going to protect my husband.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's a mama bear for sure.
Yeah. She's tough. I think she's tough as nails, dude, for real.
And then you have, on the other end of the spectrum, you have Kamala Harris's stepdaughter. What is it? Emhoff?
Well, they're saying she's the most beautiful woman in the world. That's what some magazine covers. I'm serious.
I know.
I make this stuff up, dude.
I beg to differ, though. I mean, if it's 3 a.m. and you're hitting on her, if you're hitting on her at 3 a.m. in a bar and the lights come on, you're gonna run. You're going to say, what have I done?
Unattractive. I don't see her as attractive, but I guess maybe that's the new attractive is just being sort of bland. Just like I said, folks, go and watch some of the Holly Weird fashion shows. They are bizarre, man. I mean bizarre.
They are. But anyway, we got to take a break, folks. This is Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Okay, and we're on radio break, finally.
How late was I? I know I was a little late there, but let's see. That wasn't too bad. Probably 30 seconds off.
One of the things they like to do is go into churches and do some sort of occult fashion show ritual. That happens a lot. Especially in Europe, they go into Christian churches, really nice cathedral churches, and then they go in and just dress up in all kinds of just satanic stuff, man. I mean, dark stuff. And it's what's this church into that they would allow that to be in their church? It's insane, dude. Absolutely insane. I mean, we're not in Kansas anymore, folks.
That's why Putin kicked out Pussy Riot.
They were griping about something. I don't remember exactly what it was. A couple of them, I think, went to jail, right?
I think most of them, but one went to jail. And they're all not in the country anymore, as far as I know. Yeah, he sent them walking papers. You can either go to the clink or you can,
to the clink.
Yeah, the clink. To jail or
exactly.
And we all know how well their jails are.
Oh man.
Hey Barry, Have you ever been to a Turkish prison?
Naked Gun, is that what that's from?
No.
What's that?
Airplane.
Airplane.
Oh, Airplane, okay. Same kind of humor, though.
Hey, Barry. I bet you like movies about gladiators.
That movie was so insane, dude.
It was. It was so ahead of its time, too.
OJ, remember OJ when he's going down the field with the wheelchair and he flips up backwards? That was just insane, dude. That show. I mean,
it was OJ. Wilt Chamberlain was in it too.
Yes. Yeah.
They had
I love the airplane scene where they were slapping the person around. Like, get a hold of yourself. And it's just one person after another giving this person a beat down. It's like,
I always liked the guy that played the captain because he's played so many great parts over the years.
Well, he was Mission Impossible guy.
Yeah, the
right?
original. He was the original
That's what I'm talking about.
guy for that. Yeah. I can't
What was
think
that show I used to watch when I was growing up? The Mod Squad. Dude, that was the coolest show. I loved that show. Back in the day, the Mod Squad. Remember that?
Mod Squad. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the show at all?
And there was a show that was really good too called Beretta. Remember that? He had a
Of
parrot.
course, with the
He had a parrot.
Exactly.
in a split window Stingray Corvette. All
Back
black.
in the day when I was growing up, man, I would like make sure I was at home to. There was what I consider to be good TV for being 12 and 14 years old, and there's nothing that I tune into now. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I don't even have TV. I don't even have like regular cable, non-cable. I don't even have an antenna because nothing I want to see on there. I've got Roku.
Yeah.
But it's all free Roku stuff.
The Beverly Hillbillies.
Yeah, I used to watch. Oh yeah, there'd be like when I got home from school, there'd be like a series of like three hours.
He went from that to Barnaby Jones. Come on.
I remember that show as well. I wasn't really into that. I kind of like Dragnet a little bit.
Yeah, I never liked hospital shows too. He played in a bunch of hospital shows too. 30 seconds, guys.
Oh,
I never got into police and yeah.
Oh man.
Take a blast to the past, ladies and gentlemen. Got to do it.
Holy cow, have I got a lot of stuff open here.
That's right. Look out. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday, August 27th, 2025. And with me tonight, of course, I've got Bullhorn Barry. What's going on, Barry?
I'm kind of excited about a lot of things. I know we've kind of been doom and gloom about everything, but did you see where RFK Jr. said that they may have discovered the cause of autism? Remember, he was given like 6 months to figure it out. According to Trump said, I want to know. I want you to get to the bottom of it in 6 months. And once they declare it to the public, that the left is going to tear it up, man, because they don't want people well. They don't want the kids not. They don't want the kids not to be born with autism. They like it. They're going to do everything they can to fight RFK Jr. on all of these scientific, factual discoveries. Why? Because they have no problem with kids having autism. That's the way I see it. What other logical explanation is there? Why would you fight? They fight RFK Jr. on things that it's not even partisan, not even remotely partisan. It's about making our kids healthy again. It's about making America healthy again. It's about getting the toxic stuff out of the food and out of the water and out of our skies. There was that guy, one of the guys, top EPA guys was on Glenn Beck talking about geoengineering, weather modification, confirming all of it. And he said that these globalists, they want to upscale it all. Now, he didn't come straight out and say they're doing it or anything like that, but that's a confession. When he says they want to upscale it, that means they want to do it even more. That's him saying they're doing it. Yeah, you don't upscale something that you're not doing. You upscale something you're already doing. Do you understand that was a confession?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, go watch that video.
They hate Donald Trump so much that they fight him on everything. And it's going to backfire incredibly hard in 2026, right? Next year, when we have our midterms, it's going to be a nightmare because there's a lot of things that he's doing. No tax on tips, right? Who doesn't like that? Everybody in the industry likes that.
It now. They liked it when Kamala suggested it after Trump had already said he was going to do it.
Wasn't that ridiculous? I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, she comes out and says, I'm for no tax on tips. It's like, that's Trump's thing. You just stole it.
I'm for securing the border. Yeah, I mean, it's just total insanity. They have no idea what to even believe, man. They just say whatever they think is going to be what the people want to hear. They have no plan other than their globalist plan. That's the plan that the left is totally on board with. Whatever the globalists at the WEF and all of those places are pushing, that's the agenda they're for. All of it, the green stuff, everything. The what do they call it? Zero emissions. That's a Democrat thing, but it started at the globalist level. That's a globalist thing that trickled down into the Democrat Party.
Yeah. And honestly, zero emissions is just a ridiculous concept. Absurd. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. I mean, to say that we're not going to use any fossil fuels at all. You're going to send us back to the Stone Age if you try to do that. I mean, granted, 100, 200 years from now, it's probably a no-brainer. You know, but right now, today, in this economy, with the way it works, no way. It's not even close. You can drive your electric cars around all you want. They do give out emissions, folks. A lot of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're breathing, exhaling. You're releasing carbon dioxide, which is they consider to be a toxin, which even though we're a carbon-based planet, it's total absurdity, right? It's so absurd that the people, at the WEF and these type of people, they're saying we could actually genetically modify people to not want meat, not to want to eat it. Because they said that nobody's going to just give up their meat because people love it too much. So we can just breed people genetically. That's one way they could do it, they said. And of course, there's the big conspiracy and rumor going on, and there is some facts to it. There is I think it's a tick bite that leads to, an allergic reaction to red meat. And, with Bill Gates playing with the mosquitoes and creating genetically modified mosquitoes, it certainly would not surprise me if they're, genetically modifying mosquitoes that when they bite you, you start having an allergy to red meat. Sounds like wild conspiracy theory, but these people really believe we got to have zero emissions. And as they always say, they have to do it by force. I just listened to that interview with Larry Fink again just yesterday where he said, well, we've got to make behavior through force. What kind of world are we going to live in if everything, no more freedoms? It's just we tell you how to live and that's the end of it. Talk about the end of democracy, right?
Or, dictators, fascism. That's fascism. So we're going to modify your genes so you don't eat red meat. You're allergic to it now forever. That's fascism, folks. It's the definition of a dictator, someone who would even think about doing that. And that's not coming out of Donald Trump's office. Not even close.
Oh, no. No. He likes that red meat.
Oh, yeah. He likes a steak well done with ketchup.
For sure, man. I think RFK Jr. said not too long ago, eat lots of red meat, he said. He even went out and told people to do it. It's healthy. I totally agree. I agree more if it's grass-fed organic. It's just healthy.
Yeah, exactly. But it's all good. It's all good. We were talking about burgers earlier, man.
I'm giving up my meat. No possible way. I'll never eat the laboratory meat, although you could be eating laboratory chicken and laboratory salmon right now in the United States because it's been passed through the FDA and they don't have to tell you. So you go to a restaurant, you order salmon, you could be eating some lab meat salmon. And they could be charging a hefty price. I think actually it's probably more expensive to manufacture fake salmon than it is to go get some real salmon in the ocean.
And salmon is really good for you. And I crave it sometimes. You got to have salmon. Yet if the modified stuff, is that even good for you? Is it like what's in an Impossible Burger? I don't have a clue, and I don't want to know, and I could care less. And I just please don't ever give me one of those. God, I remember, I don't know, a year and a half ago or something, I went to get a Whopper, and they gave me an Impossible one. And I mean, my dog ate it. My dog ate the thing.
It was impossible to eat, wasn't it?
I wasn't going to eat it.
Even your dog probably turned it away. Probably sniffed it and said, no.
No, she ate it. I'd like to say she didn't, but she did.
You must have put some gravy or something on it.
Well, I don't know. It's yeah, she put it down, and I took one bite of it, and it was just like, what is this? It was just horrible.
Oh yeah, yeah. I ate it one time myself as well, and it was before I knew that Bill Gates was behind it, and it just tasted like cardboard, and I thought, I'll never eat this again. There's only been one burger that I've eaten that I thought was decent, and that was the black bean burger. They're not bad. They're not great. They're not, you wouldn't compare them to a real burger, but it's not horrible.
Yeah, exactly. And if you got them, they're very easy to cook. I think, those garden burgers, heck, you can probably just put them in a toaster if I'm not mistaken. It's not even going to make that much of a mess because there's no grease in it really. You just warm it up, slap some cheese on it. If you're smart, you put bacon on it, and you got yourself a nice little sandwich. But that's different though. It's just a garden burger. It's not trying to be meat. It's obvious it's something else, and they tell you right there. You read the side of it, and the ingredients are just like carrots and beans and stuff like that. It's not like some mystery that just comes. You squirt some gel in a thing and it divides and starts making meat. No, thank you.
I think of all the sci-fi movies where they, just stick it in the microwave and poof, out comes this I don't know, thing that you eat, but it's full of the nutrition that you need, all that you need for the day. It's almost like they're trying to precondition us for some dystopian future. It really is. I'm really scared about the technology, man, and how they're going to use it against us. I'm all for technology to make humanity progress, but anything that sets us back, man, I can't be for it.
Yeah, no, I don't want it. Just give me my meat. I just want beef. I love beef. I don't even eat chicken very often.
Maybe we need to go back to dial-up phones. Have you ever seen the videos of people showing teenagers a dial-up phone, and they couldn't figure out how it worked.
Yeah.
They didn't know to put their finger where the 3 is, and they were like, I don't get this. How does it work? And then they showed it, and they're like, that's really strange. And they tried to do it themselves, and they struggled to dial it. It was so weird watching it, man. I mean, they're so disconnected from our past. Yeah, yeah.
And I always say, man, back in those days, you had 10 friends you knew all their phone numbers cold. You know 100%. What I mean? You probably, the average kid in, my time probably had at least 25 phone numbers, memorized, hardwired into their brain.
Yes. I still remember my neighbor's phone number. One of my best friends growing up. I won't say the whole number, but the last 4 digits are 0631. And I remember our home number still. You probably remember your landline home number. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, exactly. And, yeah, that was just something you did because, if you're out and about and you want to go to a payphone and see if so-and-so is around and they want to go hang out with you guys, you got to go to a payphone, put a quarter in and know that number cold, dial them up. What are you doing? Okay, we're on our way over. We'll be there in 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. We've got 2 payphones in Utica Square in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and apparently they both work. I guess, I don't know what, it used to be like a quarter. I'm sure it's like 75 cents now if you want to make a call, but who would do it? I think it's more just for looks because it's painted red. It looks like one of the British, payphones. It's sort of nostalgia, kind of like what we were talking about before. Yeah. So nostalgia, everything nostalgic is kind of making a comeback. Cassettes, LPs, probably 8 tracks next, everything's kind of circling back. You know what I'm saying? Pretty soon the mullet's coming back. You know what I'm saying? I'm never going to do the mullet again. I did it once before. I'll never do it again. Yeah,
well, that's why I saved all my bell-bottom jeans.
Dude, I had those. Those were the coolest things.
I bet you did. I bet you were strutting around. Whether your mother, whether your lover, you're staying alive. Staying it right?
Yeah, I did. I thought it was John. For real.
Yep.
I think
Yeah,
they
it's
were
funny.
called Sedgefield jeans. I had some Sedgefield jeans that were like that. I don't even know if I think that's the brand. I don't think they have that brand anymore, but I remember growing up and just looking at some of the pictures, man. The 70s show, that's kind of how I dressed in the 70s, man. And it's kind of weird back at the pictures. Had wild, like platinum blonde hair from being out in the sun, and it was curly. I looked like a surfer.
And I do want to say to everybody, especially all you youngins out there, John Travolta had a career before Pulp Fiction. And he was actually pretty big back in the day. Go look up the movie Saturday Night Fever. It is a crazy flick. If you want to see a side of John Travolta you didn't even know existed, if you've never heard of that movie, go watch it. It'll blow your mind. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. And the Boy in the Bubble. Remember that one?
But I don't want him, Mr. Carter.
Yeah, he was in that TV series. I watched that religiously growing up, man.
Welcome back, Cotter. Yeah.
And he made the comeback even before Pulp Fiction, I think. Maybe it was after Pulp Fiction, but he did Look Who's Talking. Remember those? The little comedies? He kind of broke into the comedy thing as well. Maybe Fiction.
That was, exactly. I don't know how big of a hit that was, though. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a huge hit like Saturday Night Fever was or, say, Pulp Fiction. Yeah, it was sort of a mid-tier.
It was a comeback for him because he had kind of struggled for a while after being typecast.
Yeah.
And there's only one.
I
think there's only one Bee Gee alive. All the people in the Bee Gees have passed away.
Well, wouldn't surprise me. I mean,
they say Barry Gibb is the only one alive, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, that was a time, man. Everyone went to the discos, and you got to watch the movie and see what it's about, man. Sure. It was a crazy time. But let's dive into another story here. John Bolton's home got raided the other day, and it's really interesting that they start with him because apparently there's rumors going around that he was potentially selling top secret information to foreign governments, making a lot of money doing it. And if that comes out to be the fact, then the dude needs to go down hard. And I don't care, right? It's not political retribution. It's just the biggest warmonger on the planet has been found to have acted subversively against the United States, committed, is it treason when you're, sending information, top secret information to other countries?
Yep, sure is.
Espionage, you name it, whatever you want to call it, it's a serious crime. And here's what Greg Gutfield had to say about it.
Some people say it's retribution. I say, who cares? Don't lecture me on timing of lawfare. Don't lecture me on politically motivated, investigations. You guys invented this stuff. You loved doing it to Trump because you didn't think it through. You were so confident that Trump was toast that you could rattle off free punch after free punch after free punch without any fear of reprisal. So is it retribution? I don't know. But when you think about the constant lawfare, the gerrymandering, the Dems never expect it to happen to them. They're like home invaders who didn't expect a well-armed occupant when they showed up. And Trump is well-armed. This is kind of an ongoing masterclass for the Republican Party, the new Republican Party, to quote Greasy Gav, how to fight fire with fire. The conservative movement, which I loved for the longest time, they were kind of happy to fritter away their influence and power on the notion that they were always above returning fire. Mm-hmm. I write for National Review. This is disgusting. Let's write a 4,000-word piece on judicial reform. And then they don't do anything. They go back to smoke their cigar. They always felt...
It's so true. Don't talk to me about retribution. They invented this warfare, this lawfare thing. The term lawfare was never in my vocabulary until the last few years.
Yeah. I mean, is it going to be personal for some people? Of course it is, man. Of course it is. I mean, that's called human nature. I'm not saying I agree with that, but it's human nature to make things personal when you go after somebody unjustly and relentlessly, right? But all I care about, I don't care about that. That's not my problem. That's their problem. If they're making it personal, that's their issue. What's important to me is that justice is served. And these people need to be held accountable because they are, in my opinion, many of them have betrayed America, betrayed our trust, and have committed treason.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And Tulsi Gabbard just came out with another statement today that is related to all this sort of stuff. But let's hear what she has to say.
And you've also found many bags of information. I think they call them burn bags. They're supposed to be burned, and they didn't get burned, having to do with how corrupt the 2020 election was. And when will that all come out?
Mr. President, I will be the first to brief you once we have that information collected. But you're right, we are finding documents literally tucked away in the back of safes in random offices in these bags and in other areas, which again speaks to the intent of those who are trying to hide the truth from the American people and trying to cover up the politicization that was led by people like John Brennan and James Clapper and others that have caused really immeasurable harm to the American people and to our country.
Great job.
More burn bags stuffed away in the backs of safes in random offices.
Sure. I've said for thousands of times that the left does not pay attention to detail and they're sloppy, and that's going to be the one thing that takes them down. Why? Because they're so arrogant and narcissistic. They never thought they really had to protect themselves that much because they thought they would win again. They thought they could steal it again. And that didn't happen. And now all that evidence, those burn bags and who knows what else is out there. I've been saying, and everybody said that all that stuff was gone. And I said, you do not have your finger on the pulse, man. You are not looking at the signs of the times. And that's what I do as a self-proclaimed trends forecaster. And I can't tell you how many times I've been right. I've been wrong as well, but I've been much more right than I've been wrong.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder who's leaving this stuff behind. Was it the bad guys or was it the good guys? Did the bad guys put it in the burn bag, give it to a good guy, and say, go delete this, and instead they threw it in their office? You know what I mean?
Sure, because there's been that survived the purge. I mean, the Biden administration purged, any pretty much Republicans, even in the FBI. That's the scuttlebutt that I've heard from former FBI. But hey, you can fake it and remain a mole inside, right? So that you can basically report what's going on to other white hats, all the corruption, the scandal, and the crimes being committed.
Oh, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them.
And get ready, because more whistleblowers are going to come forward. I've been talking about for the last month that this is the season for whistleblowers. Watch, wait, and see. You're going to see more whistleblowers come forward. We talked about why. People are feeling a little bit more safer. Even the scummy, scuzzy people, right? They want to get away out. They see the tide is turning away from the bad guys and into the new paradigm. So they want to try to get some sort of a deal, sort of like Griswold did. We said, hey, what's Griswold doing here? We said, well, she's trying to probably get into, a better prison. And what happened after she gave testimony? She got a better prison, just like we forecasted on this show.
Yep. Exactly. And apparently she said, Trump, it was fine, squeaky clean, nothing to do with him.
He was nothing but a gentleman, she said. And that goes along with all the other victims that have testified that Trump was never there. And if they had something on Trump, they would have used it a long time ago, because they've done everything possible to try to destroy Trump and stop Trump. So they would not have, held on to that. That would have been their, Trump card that they would have played, bam, right away.
Yeah. And he ran the Miss Universe contest. And if he was just this scumbag that they think he is, somebody out there in the Miss Universe world would have a story. I would think every single year there'd be a different contestant that'd come out and be like, yeah, the guy's a scumbag. But you never hear it. He's the most investigated person on the planet. And they found nothing. They found diddly squat. All they could go after him on was a hush money payment to Stormy Daniels. That's it. You find me another politician out there that hasn't paid hush money to somebody, you're not going to find it.
And anything they did find was just fabricated. The Russia collusion, delusion, P8, you name it, man. the doodling thing, that's never been proven to be real. I mean, they just make stuff up, man. I mean, they have to, 'cause he's fairly clean as far as, like playing by the book. I mean, he's a womanizer over the history of his life. Probably not now because he's married, he's older. He's probably very satisfied with his wife, Melania. He's matured a little bit. But during his younger days, he was kind of a playboy. That's just well known.
Sure.
He doesn't deny that.
Well, no more so than Bill Clinton was. For Bill Clinton, it's just, it's part of his character. It's who he was. He's a ladies' man, But Donald Trump, oh my God, he's horrible. It's the worst, Same exact.
That he raped her. That's the difference.
Oh,
Trump
well,
didn't anybody.
Yeah. And he had an underage intern, Monica Lewinsky, who he had sexual relations with.
Oh, was she underage when that happened? I did not know that.
I think she was right at about 18 or 17. I mean,
young.
right there. She was right there. But when you're talking about a 50-some-year-old man, that's, it's. I'm sure he probably checked her, make sure she was 18 years old in one day before he pulled it out, so to speak. But you get my point. Just a kid. But anyway, and our last story for tonight, Florida way stations are now turning into ICE sting operations.
Okay.
Which I expect this to spread to several other states. Texas probably immediately, where you go in, you get weighed, you got to stop. Every truck has to stop there, and if you don't speak English, that's a flag, right? You can't go on if you don't speak English. It's Texas. You can't drive through our state if you can't read road signs. You're a trucker. I don't know, 20,000-pound vehicle or whatever they weigh. So anyway, that's happening, and I expect to see more of it. We got about a minute left, Barry. What do you think of all that?
Well, speaking of Trump, just to kind of say something, I mean, a lot of people have been complaining about this flag burning thing that he supposedly passed. Well, according to Alex Jones, and I haven't had time to look it up, but he looked at the executive order, and it's actually not saying you can't burn the flag. It's where there's a fire ban going on in a particular, mostly leftist cities, and somebody burns an American flag, they get a free pass. But if you burn your barbecue and you burn some burgers, you'll get fined. So that's what the executive order is about, is if
Interesting.
If there's a fire ban. So he's not being a tyrant.
Because I hate seeing people burn the flag, but it's freedom of speech.
It's not criminal. It's not criminal. It's pulsive.
Anyway, we are plumb out of time. Sorry to interrupt you, Barry, but we are all out of time. We got to end it here, but stay tuned. There's much, much more coming from DREAGUS Productions right after this commercial break.
Much, much more.
All right. Well, you got that in, Barry. Thanks, you guys. Did a great show.
I didn't want you to have any dead air. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to get
a shameless plug.
Yeah. Here in a minute, I'm going to get Jack going for his show, and looking forward to that. See what kind of doom and gloom he has going for us. Yeah, really. If we're not getting space invaded, or the reptiles aren't coming up from the ground to kill us and wipe us out, or mind control us, it's cosmic destruction on an intergalactic level with Jack here lately. So yeah.
Oh, did somebody write that, or is that just what you're saying?
No, I just said that.
Oh, it sounded like you were reading it off.
No. Actually, when he comes in anymore, he says live from a bunker. It's like
underground bunker somewhere in such and such.
Yeah, and
body.
Yeah. On top of that, then he goes, "Oh yeah, there's radioactive chupacabra up there eating, looking for their next meal. They haven't breached the site yet. Daisy and the Sundance Kid, his dogs, are on patrol." And he said that they'll take care of them if they come out. I'm like, oh yeah, you gotta listen to Jack. He's got some good stuff when he comes in.
I was just listening to Dino Rodriguez, and he was talking about, I'm ready for the alien deception. It's next.
He talks about that too.
It could happen, dude. You never
Yeah.
know.
I'm gonna-
There's crazy times, man.
All right, I'm gonna head over with
All right,
Jack.
see you, Mark.
You guys take care.
Thanks.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Yep.
Hello, hello, hello. Anybody home at the Paranormal Intelligence Agency? Calling the bunker. Calling the bunker. Where are you? Jack, you on board yet? Checking to see. I don't see. Looks like it's still trying to get a hold of him. Try this again. Ooh. There he is.
There I am. How are you?
Doing pretty good. You sound a little tinny. Is everything all right over there? At the bunker?
It's good. So, I was setting up everything. There we go. Let's see here. Now I can see ya. I got a new camera, so I was trying to fix that. Let's see here. There we go. Let's try that.
Hey, there we go. There's Jack Carey. Oh, yeah.
So finally got that up. All right. So
Looking good, Jack. Looking good. I'm just going to let you know. Yeah, we got a couple more minutes to, well, about a minute to go here, and then get you running like crazy. What do you got on the plate for tonight?
Oh, we're going to be talking about missing 411 in light of the new intel we got out of Yosemite with that portal. That's pretty interesting stuff. And I haven't covered 411 in a while.
Nope.
We're going to be talking about potentially the lost colony of Mars and the history of that and
Okay.
where it might be. And
I got to bring you in because it's time for you to get going, okay?
sounds
They
good.
get a sneak preview. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live and on the radio side, like right now. You got a player open.
What's that?
You had a player open.
A player.
Yeah, or maybe you got your mic also turned on for the camera. Got like
All right. Are you
just to
getting
give you a heads
feedback?
up. Sorry about that. I just noticed that.
Oh, how is it now? Are we looking good?
Sounds great.
All right.
This is the
Well,
Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show with Jack Carey.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And as always, I'm joined by the paranormal crime-fighting duo, Daisy and the Sundance Kid. I'm going to try to get a picture for the crowd out there. This crew is world famous. Here we go. That is security in the silo tonight. And high above us, just today, was a rampaging, rabid, roaming, throwing a fit dog man, tearing up the town. He ate the farmer's chickens, and there's a litter of puppies on the way. So tonight's subject matter, we're kind of going to hop around just a little bit. We've got some interesting stuff this week. As far as, we got fresh intelligence coming in on a couple of different fronts. At the same time, I'm sitting here in the bunker, the silo, and I'm got all kinds of intelligence feeds that are coming my way that I wanted to share with you guys. So let's see here. But we're going to be talking about 3i Atlas. We've got some brand new intelligence on 3i Atlas that is coming in fresh off the wires from the world's top dog in the remote viewing world. And on top of that, we've got some fresh intelligence coming out of Yosemite. Let's see here. There we go. I got multiple feeds going on here. So, but we have an eyewitness that has basically put up some photographs of what appears to be the exact thing that we think might be causing a lot of disappearances in the national park system, and that is the idea that in certain areas in these national park system, all around North America, and in fact, park systems really all around the world, there are usually located in mountainous areas. It's usually in these mountainous areas that you have high quartz crystal deposits, limestone, running water. All of those things create electromagnetic fields that are strong enough that, according to theoretical physics, you could generate an electromagnetic field strong enough to literally rip a hole or tear a rip in the membrane that separates this dimension from other dimensions. That might sound completely fantastical to many people. However, it's something that is openly discussed by our physicists today, including Michio Kaku at New York University, who has talked about it extensively and written about it. And the idea that not only are there other dimensions, and this really is kind of ties us into tonight's Cryptid Corner, is the fact that these physicists have speculated openly in hushed conferences around the world where you have established academia talking about if there are other dimensions, and they're pretty much absolutely sure that there are creatures more than likely living on those dimensions. And if there are creatures living on those dimensions, at least some of them would have been smart enough, evolved enough by now to actually figure out a way into this dimension. And that figures prominently really into one of our main subjects tonight, which is paranormal in the news. As usual on this show, all these rabbit holes are going to kind of, well, they just sort of run into each other if you go deep enough. And that's really what's going on right now. We recently had the Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna on the Joe Rogan podcast. Amazing interview. She openly, publicly admitted that she had been taken into a SCIF, which is a facility that houses all of our most top secret documents, and she was shown, as far as she is personally concerned, absolute, undeniable, indisputable proof that we are in possession of alien technology. And what's even more interesting than that, she says that it came from another dimension. She says the documents that she was shown absolutely indicate that these things originate from another dimension. And so we're going to have to really, that's silo security. Must be that dog man. But we have to entertain the notion that she's right and she's not lying to the public and, you know, taking a risk like that for no reason. You know, let's take her at her word that she really was shown indisputable proof that the technology that they have in their possession behind the scenes is from another dimension. Think about that. The implications of that are huge, but she also went on to say that, you know, according to what she saw, it was like us traveling back in time and leaving an iPhone with a clan of cavemen and expecting them to replicate it. That's what they were dealt with. And although, yes, they have been able to not necessarily back engineer, but they've been able to get new, fresh ideas of how to develop advanced technology, which led to fiber optics, which led to all kinds of new alloys and fabrics and night vision and bulletproof vest and all kinds of stuff. It led to a huge amount of technology that would not exist otherwise. However, it is that advanced. It's so advanced that the people that have been put into charge of keeping it all a secret are too inept and too, just they're cavemen with this technology. They don't know where to even begin to back engineer something like that. They can get really cool, great ideas, and the Navy has developed a number of UFO patents, which I covered on a previous broadcast, which might be waiting for 3i Atlas to show up, which is another major paranormal in the news happening right now. And I would remind everybody that going back many, many broadcasts now over the summer, I've been talking about the WebBot's predictions. It's predictions for this summer, which it refers to as the summer of emergence, is the time when going into the fall now, you're going to begin to see a ton of attention being put on the idea that the aliens are here. No other way to put it than that. The world's attention seems to turn towards the alien presence on this planet, and that is perfectly timed, coinciding with the arrival of a new stellar body that is being called 3i Atlas, and which is now beginning to make mainstream media that this thing has all of the appearances of an alien ship. Not a comet, not an asteroid. It's an alien ship. They think it may even be nuclear powered, and it's emitting its own light, and it is traveling on a direct path to the Earth at about 136,000 miles per minute. So that is some pretty fast travel time. And yet I speculated previously that if this is an alien ship, it appears to be using a technology which may be less than the type of exotic alien technology we already have in our possession. And if that led to the Navy UFO patents, could it be that if this is a hostile alien ship of some kind, which is also being speculated about, then it might be showing up for a real street fight? Might have a real problem on its hands when it gets here, if in fact it is hostile in nature. There's no way to know till it gets here. And with that comes fresh intelligence, which you're likely to only get on this show in this, context anyway. And that is that the world's #1 remote viewer, a guy who originates from the CIA's original Stargate program, he has a pedigree going back that far, and who has published hit after hit after hit He has made himself extremely wealthy using remote viewing to predict cryptocurrency prices, and now lives in a multi-million-dollar property in Honolulu where he does remote viewing for clients, and you can find him at the Future Forecasting Group. His name is Dick Allgaier. Mr. Allgaier was fed recently a blind target. He was given nothing but a serial number. The serial number was like A193PQR2P. That's it. That's all he got. It's a serial number that the person who chooses the target randomly selects. Has no reference to the target whatsoever. He was given that serial number as a target, and he recently remote viewed it, and he has come out with his findings. And it turns out that the target he was fed was 3i Atlas. Go figure. And what did he find out from his remote viewing? Well, he states that he was instantaneously taken to the object. He could see it clearly. This object was alien in nature. It is on a path to the Earth, and more shocking than really anything else that he was able to determine is that way, way off at a point in interstellar space, this thing is being directed here by a type of tractor beam. Think about that. A high exotic energy beam of some kind is being projected to that object to get it to us. Now that's interesting stuff, considering that I also recently reported on a previous broadcast that this stellar body, basically this 3i Atlas, is coinciding perfectly with ancient predictions that the Nomos in Western Africa have, which is a Stone Age tribe that received information from a non-human intelligence of some kind, and I covered the full story of the Nomos and their knowledge of the Sirius star system, but they have a belief that the Nomos would return one day, and they call that day the Day of the Fish. And when the author of the book, The Sirius Mystery, a Dr. Robert Temple, who is a renowned scientist in Europe, published The Sirius Mystery, he was harassed by intelligence agencies all over the world because of it. The fact that these guys had the knowledge that they had and had predicted a return of these beings, a day when they would rule from the seas, had to raise a lot of blood pressure in a lot of different power structures around the planet. And you have to remember that a book like that is something intelligence agencies pay a lot of attention to. Then you have ancient prophecies pointing to a possible return of the Anunnaki. Could it be that the Anunnaki will return? You have the Webbot referring to the Elohim who were here on the planet and who ruled ruthlessly. That was something that was documented in the Bible and documented in the book of Enoch. You have the Zulu tribesmen, Credo Mutwa, the guy who David Icke discovered, who was the last surviving oral history teller of the Zulu people from a long lineage of oral history keepers from a time when the missionaries were killing off all of their historians, trying to Christianize them and convert them, the so-called savages, into their religion. They would kill off anything having to do with their belief system or their history or anything else and try to replace that. And when that happened to the Zulu people, they had a group of men who kind of went underground, very much like a Masonic brotherhood, who kept the secrets alive, that ended up becoming encapsulated in a single surviving individual. His name was Credo Mutwa. He is passed now, but he said that there was a memory, an oral history memory of a time when aliens had ruled all through Africa, and they were known as the Shatari, and they had reptilian aspects to them. Could it be that the Shatari are returning? Very interesting stuff. So we have 3i Atlas. It's headed this way. The world's greatest remote viewer blindly targets it, and he says, yeah, not only is it headed this way, but it's being directed by a tractor beam of some kind that you might see in a sci-fi movie. You got A.V. Loeb over at Harvard screaming to anybody that'll listen that this thing is an alien craft, and that it appears as though it may be connected to the alien probe Oumuamua, which he had previously detected using the facility in Hawaii, hence its Hawaiian name. Oumuamua means like distant wanderer or distant messenger, or something like that. And he believes that Oumuamua, when it came through, was an alien probe. Looks like the alien probe detected what it was sent to detect on this planet, and when it did, it seems to have sent a signal of some kind to this other stellar body, this 3i Atlas, and it is headed this way, and it is the size of Manhattan. It's 7 miles across. Just today, and you can Google this, Live Science ran an article about how strange 3i Atlas appears to be. Has oxygen ratios and things like that that they can read that match no known asteroid or comet. So 3i Atlas is going to get here in November, and that's a time when the Webbot said you're going to have major upheaval change take place. That change comes in the form of various kinds of ontological shock and what it describes as being a singularity of understanding. In other words, what it's saying is that when you introduce an outside force into a bubble, which is what our society is, that bubble pops. All of the aspects of that society that's encapsulated within the bubble, like its economy based on petrol fuels, its belief systems based on geographic locational religions, things like that, just absolutely get destroyed. It's just a byproduct. And it's called ontological shock. And ontological shock is very real. And it wouldn't be that big a deal if everybody today was walking around and having conversations that you could hear out loud about the alien presence on this planet, because then they would be warming up their psyches to the idea, the eventuality of accepting that as reality. Right now, they're not doing anything like that. They will duck, dodge, and come up with any kind of excuse possible not to entertain the notion that they're going to have to change their belief systems. Anything. Because that is psychologically painful in a way that can hardly even be described in words to human beings. So ontological shock is real, and it has occurred in the past. We have examples of our own societies on this planet that suffered ontological shock when they experienced new human societies. Imagine experiencing a non-human society. When ontological shock takes place, often the underlying society collapses. You know, plug in the Maya. Plug in all the South American civilizations and many others all through history that had their belief systems wiped out right before the collapse of the society. that is what we potentially face. It's a very real threat, and it's something that the powers that be are quite aware of. We also have a situation coming out of an intelligence stream through Ross Coulthard's connections, stating that he has a source within the intelligence community that's telling him that the Chinese have made a major advancement utilizing some of this interdimensional technology, which they were able to recuperate from some crash somewhere. And that we could very well suffer a cosmic 9/11 like event where they just show up, surprise us with a super weapon like you can't even imagine, and just brings the world to its knees, and everybody becomes a subject of the Chinese Communist Party at that stage. Those are the stakes. According to the, intelligence sources that Coulthard has developed, and he is a world-class journalist, that's what they're telling him. And whether that's just fear-mongering to try to keep perpetrating a secret against humanity and against the American people as a way to cover up past crimes and things like that, that's quite possible. But it's also quite possible that his sources are telling him the truth. That's just the weird, complicated type of reality matrix that we find ourselves within. So, but this week, I've had a couple of really interesting things sent to me, and I thought we would discuss this idea of portals, crystal quartz deposits in the national park system, and the idea, this interdimensional idea that it could be these portals are opening and people are just walking off into them and disappearing forever. Because the photographs I just received seem to be world-class photographs of exactly one of these portals opening up on a trail in Yosemite. And that's something I'll try to cut in later, but it's interesting because Missing 411 has become a huge phenomenon, and David Paulides has written like 10 best-selling books all on these missing person cases. We're going to try to look at that from the macro viewpoint tonight and tie it in with current events. So stay with me, and we'll get to that right after our break.
Great job. It's looking good over here. Glad you got the cam up and working.
Yeah, finally got a camera. I don't know what is up with the laptop camera. It just will not function. So, but I gave up trying and just got a new one and plugged it in, and it works fine. So
yeah. You're coming through great. At first, it was a little scratchy. It sounded like you were on a phone, and then it cleaned and cleared all up. Yeah, I don't know.
Good.
Yeah, we're good to go now.
I'm gonna see if I can find.
And if you want to take them, like I said last week, if you want to take and drop some pictures and clips in there, you know how to share them that way, right?
Yep.
Just do your share screen, and folks would really like that. We're picking up some good folks in the chat room, so that's good.
Excellent.
I love all my folks over in Kick and all the other places. D Live as well. Got MC Dirty Work over there listening to us, and DK Spiracy. Probably all their crews are in there as well listening to us.
Great.
Yeah, and Roger is restreaming us as well on his platforms. Forgot to tell you that earlier. It was kind of short when we came in, so.
That's excellent. Excellent, excellent.
Yeah. Hey, and any of that art that I sent you, go ahead.
Yeah.
Redo it in your own way, and then send it back and to show me what you did with it. That's kind of cool.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them have really come out really great. I was amazed myself.
No, they really have, and some of them I'm enamored with the image of the city beneath the mountains, and things coming up for people that don't know it out there. I'm an artist, and I make my living right now selling paintings. So the paranormal world does not pay much, if anything, but you can work at jackcareyart.com, and I do have work that is in galleries. So,
and Jack also does commission work as well.
Sometimes, if it's a landscape, I
Yep.
will do. So, and look what! Oh, I found the document for everyone. I told them I got this document from the FBI from a FOIA request, and wait till you see it's dated 1947.
Wow.
It was days after the Roswell incident.
You might see me pop and walk away here in a little bit. My coffee's getting a little low, but we're getting close on time. But I'll stick with you through the break, and probably as soon as we come off break, I'm going to run and grab and top me off, just to let you know. But we are doing good out here tonight. I am getting a little bit feedback again. Do you have a player open?
Player, well, I'm broadcasting live on another deal.
Oh, okay. You might want to make it lower a little bit, or have it go into your headset or on one of your earpieces, if you want to do it that way.
Okay. Let's see that. Let's see if that helps.
But it's coming through really good and crisp here right now. And also, those little those backdrops that you used before. You can put that on, and it'll show you in front of it.
Oh, that's cool.
So the camera. I don't know how it does it, but it just automatically will do it. It won't show your back room, but if you ever want to do that, or if you have something that you want to put up in place of what they have, you can put that there, and like a book cover.
Let's try this.
Yeah, got 30 seconds, and then I'll get you back on air.
There we go. How about that?
It's gonna take a minute. Oh yeah! Wow, that's gorgeous.
It's cosmic.
Yeah, it is.
We're on the Great Space Roller Coaster.
That's right. Okay, here we go. I'm going to get you going. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now, Jack.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. And I've got a voice for smell-o-vision and a face for milk cartons. And tonight we are exploring the idea that there are portals opening up in areas of the national park system. And those are swallowing people, and it's causing a big furor in paranormal land because there's tons of missing people in our national park system that the scent dogs can't even pick up. Major clue is left to us in all of that. So, and that's called the berry cluster clue, which I will get to in a moment, which kind of bolsters our argument that what appears to be is this interdimensional activity. Now, I have to remind everybody that I did write a book called Paranormal Planet, and in Paranormal Planet, I present my unified field theory of paranormal activity, in which it states that there are only two types of paranormal activity. One is interaction of the earth with a Type 3 society which has already colonized the galaxy. That is a theory I developed assuming that Enrico Fermi, the famous scientist, was correct in his supposition and his equations that if you really calculate it, at least one world, one civilization, one society, one species somewhere in our galaxy would have evolved to be advanced enough that they could have, would have, should have, and did colonize the entire Milky Way galaxy. They run the show, whoever they are. And they are interacting with the Earth in such a way that they appear to be farming it. And we appear to be its prized herd. Another little surprise for whoever's come. On top of that, we've got the the Congresswoman, Anna Paulina Luna, saying that she was shown documentation that states unequivocally that this stuff is coming from another dimension. The beings are from another dimension. You plug in the alien abduction phenomenon into that. Let's take it on the premise that she's right. They are interdimensional, and then let's look at the alien abduction phenomenon. And what do we see? We see abductees coming back telling Dr. David M. Jacobs over at Tulane University over a 40-year period that the aliens had told them that they were trying to make a hybrid species which was capable of living on this planet, and that it took them 8 generations of hybrid beings, 8 generations before they were able to produce a hybrid that looked sufficiently like us that we couldn't tell the difference. And that those hybrids are neurologically superior to humans. In other words, they are able to control human action, emotion, everything within a given range. We're not quite sure what that range is, but given this premise that we're going to work with tonight, that Congresswoman Luna is correct, as she stated on Joe Rogan, I wanted to present to you guys an actual FBI memo acquired through the FOIA request, dated 1947. This was just this was, August 6th, 1947. So you're talking about just days after Roswell. This memo was generated within the FBI. And it states the following. Keep in mind, when I'm reading this, what Anna Paulina Luna just told us. Quote, a very serious situation may develop at any time with regard to the flying saucers. If one of those should be attacked, the attacking plane will almost certainly be destroyed. In the public mind, this might create near panic and international suspicion. Sorry, it's pretty. This document's pretty old. The principal data concerning these craft is now at hand and must be offered, no matter how fantastic and unintelligible it may seem to minds not previously instructed in thinking of this type. Number 1, part of the disk carry crews, others are under remote control. Point 2, their mission is peaceful. The visitors contemplate settling on this plane. Point 3, these visitors are human-like, but either much larger sometimes and much smaller in size. Interesting. Point 4, they are not excarnate Earth people, but come from their own world. In other words, these aren't ghosts. They come from a place. Point 5, they do not, in all capitals, come from any planet as we use this word, but from an etheric planet which interpenetrates with our own and is not perceptible to us. That's extremely important. Point 6, the bodies of the visitors and the craft also automatically materialize on entering the vibratory rate of our dense matter. Point 7, the discs possess a type of radiant energy or a ray which will easily disintegrate any attacking ship. They re-enter the etheric at will and so simply disappear from our vision without a trace. That's exactly what we record 1,000,000 times a day now on our little phones as we walk around the planet. These UFOs blinking in and blinking out. Point 8, the region from which they come is not, all capitals, the astral plane, but corresponds to the locus or the talus. Students of esoteric matters will understand these terms. Number 9, they probably cannot be reached by radio, but probably can by radar if a signal system can be devised for that. And it goes on to say, we give information and warning and can do no more. Let the newcomers be treated with every kindness unless the discs are withdrawn, and it's heavily redacted at this point. A heavy responsibility rests upon the few in authority who are able to understand this matter. That's the end of the document. So here you have an actual FBI memo dated days after Roswell in which they make a number of statements that they're quite certain about. And one of those certainties is the fact that these things were coming from another dimension. So that should kind of narrow down the possibilities and probabilities for us. And on top of that, it appears as though we're living on a planet that has a mechanism built within its very structure that allows for the opening of interdimensional doorways. Now, this mechanism is referred to as the Mach effect. It's also referred to as the Woodward effect, and I write about the experimentations done by scientists in which they were able to take a mass of matter, a ball of matter, and show that as it was traveling through space, it had minute fluctuations, right? That's important because those minute fluctuations create energy. And that energy can be tapped into as a type of 0-point energy. In other words, motion can feed off of motion. You ever hear the saying, a ball in motion tends to stay in motion, a body in motion tends to stay in motion? Well, that's kind of the same idea, but taken up a level. There's a scientist out there who created what today is called the Mach effect thruster. And he believes it will be the engine for interstellar travel. So he's devised a way that you can take advantage of the minute fluctuations in a spacecraft and harness those as a type of energy. That's making a long scientific story short. Well, it occurred to me that what you have on the planet here on Earth is a massive body. It's traveling through space. As it's doing so, it too is having minute fluctuations. Those minute fluctuations are causing quartz crystal deposits within the planet to become compressed. And when they do, they become ionized. And when you ionize quartz crystal, you get it to emit electromagnetic fields that are strong enough that they can open interdimensional doorways. And you get intermittent activity between dimensions, and when you do, we describe that as being paranormal. That is one of the major sources. So, as this all lines up, it appears as though we're dealing with an interdimensional species. And I've often wondered, like I was mentioning earlier in Cryptid Corner, are there interdimensional cryptids? See how that ties in? Because if there are interdimensional cryptids, some of them may be predatory in nature, and some of them may be able to utilize these natural doorways to pop in and out of our existence and take people with them when they go. That's a scary possibility. I mentioned earlier that the missing 411 cases, which are all the rage in paranormal world because of their mysterious nature. And I wrote a book talking about all of this called The Devil's Key. It is available on Amazon by Jack Carey. So check it out if you want to do a deep dive into this subject. But in all of the missing 411 cases, if you read every case file, and I have, I've read all of the books and seen the movies produced by Paulides, but in all of those cases, one clue really sticks out to me, and that's from the what's known as the Berry Picker cluster of missing people. So an inordinate number of people who have gone out picking wild berries have disappeared, vanished without a trace. No scent, no body is ever found, nothing. They're just gone. They just vanish. And that's interesting, right? Because of the commonality of the berries being present. But in all of those clues, in this berry cluster grouping of people that went missing, there's one really important clue. And that was a family, a mother, father, and a young boy who were picking berries. And the young boy kind of wanders around some trees where his parents can't see him. And they hear him begin to scream or yell, and then it sounded like it got muffled. They ran right around that little group of trees that was just feet away, and he was gone. He's never been seen since. Nobody's ever been discovered. He vanished without a trace. Scent dogs couldn't pick up the scent. And I argue there's only a couple of things that can cause the muffling of a voice. One, I suspect, is a hand that went over the mouth, possibly like a Sasquatch running off with the child. Two, the child stepped off into another dimension and it just sucked him in and he was gone in an instant. And after the photographs I received from Yosemite today, where the largest cluster of missing people actually has occurred, is in Yosemite National Park, it's very interesting. What are the odds that what was photographed on that trail, which appears to be a portal to another dimension? I mean, you couldn't come up with a better image of what would look like a portal to another dimension on this trail. What is the possibility that that's not the thing responsible? In other words, I mean, how many different kinds of homicidal paranormal activity could be taking place in a park that has more than one source? That's the question you have to ask yourself as an investigator, because, you know, if you've got portals opening and you've got your physicists telling you that things live on those other dimensions and that it's quite possible they figured out a way into this one, and you've got an FBI memo that's saying that that's exactly what's happened, really, the math is beginning to add up in a very interesting and unexpected way. So I can elaborate a little more on the FBI memo because there have been some ufologists out there like Dr. Jacques Vallée who have come across some documentation that states that when we detonated our first nuclear bombs at the testing that we did in the desert Southwest, actually damaged this other world that these, you know, interdimensional aliens live on. In other words, it's like we share the same point in space, but they're just one dimension over. But when you explode a nuclear weapon, there's something so powerful about that it actually can cause damage on the other dimension. And that's what happened. We blew up something here, it damaged their world here. Now they've come into our dimension, to this planet, looking to colonize it as peacefully as they can, and they feel like they are entitled to do so because us dumb cavemen damage their world. That's the scenario that plays itself out. Given that, them jumping over from this other world means they had genetics that were fit for that dimension. So what do? They begin to study our genetics. They begin to mix the two. They begin to come up with so-called soul containers, which is what they refer to them as, that can sustain living on this plane of existence. They then come up with an entire breeding program of hybrid creatures, and they are introducing them into our society. That is clear from the alien abductees that have come back and have given us their testimony. So all of this is playing out in a very much like an X-Files type of episode, and yet it's all real. Now, how many people in your life right now that you can think of in normie land with the white picket fences and all that would even begin to entertain the notion that all of that is real? Because until they do, they're setting themselves up for severe ontological shock. An ontological shock they will not survive. You know, the human species is a delicate thing. Human society is even more delicate. And we live in a carefully constructed illusion. It won't take much for that first domino to fall. Not much. And so we find ourselves again back at the Webbot prophecies, and we find ourselves again back to the summer of emergence. We find ourselves back to this whole prediction that the money that has been used to keep all of this a secret has basically dried up, and you're beginning to see whistleblower after whistleblower after whistleblower show up. And the people that were being compensated to keep it a secret are slowly not being compensated anymore. That is the actual on-the-ground mechanics of what ends up causing disclosure as it is predicted by the Webbot. The secret machine runs out of money, and when it does, it stops the secrecy. That's really what it comes down to. But at the same time, we appear to be living in a self-revealing ontology. In other words, the universe shares a relationship with every species, including us, and is intent on revealing itself and its true nature to those species. We are included in that, and we have to remember that from an ontological, universal point of view, the great creator, if you will, the architect of this reality matrix, put us in a position to acquire exotic technology from another dimension that over time is going to leapfrog our species in a way that nothing else ever would. It will turbocharge our species evolution in a way that nothing else ever could. And it could very well be, because the nature of the universe is one of seeking out so-called novelty. In other words, what the universe wants, what the creator of the universe wants, is exotic, new, unique experiences. It will do whatever it takes to acquire those experiences. And it doesn't much care about what happens if a world gets destroyed here or a species there or whatever. That doesn't matter. What matters is that new, unique types of experiences for life are experienced within this reality matrix. And yeah, that touches on philosophy and all kinds of things, but like I said, these rabbit holes get pretty deep. You have to remember, we are in the upswing of the Kali Yuga on the Great Space Roller Coaster. And the upswing of the Kali Yuga is an interesting thing. You know, the Kali Yuga is a cyclical thing that goes back to Vedic astrology, and it shows planetary cycles. You can think of it very easily like the Earth being over here, and there's a cloud of debris over here, and that debris is blocking us from our galactic center, which is a huge amount of mass, right? It also emits a signal every so often, this galactic center, that goes out and it affects life on all the planets. Well, this debris is blocking us part of that time, and every time it blocks us from those signals, we end up going through a downswing, which leads to dark ages. It leads to devolution instead of evolution. It leads to a downward swing of human society altogether. You come back around, and our planet's going like this, up and below the cloud. And every time it pops up, it gets beamed by those rays. And every time it pops down, it gets beamed by those rays. And when you do, all kinds of wonderful things happen. The human species goes through a blooming, a burgeoning, a golden age where we would think of humans as being almost superhuman. Think of it as the species, again, acquiring super intelligence, super strength, super abilities that are all emanating from the special signal that comes from the galactic center. That's what we have to look forward to. But in the interim, we are going through a very turbulent period that has a lot of danger. So if we can make it out the other side with our wits intact and without dying from ontological shock, we're going to be hell in this universe. So we're going to be a species that will have to be contended with. So that's the interesting and exotic situation that sets itself up for humanity, and that's the novelty that we're about to give the universe. And join me next week, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central, and we'll explore another deep, dark rabbit hole. Stay tuned for the wonderful Nancy Planeta and VIXEN'S Vault. I'll see you then.
Great job, Jack.
Thank you.
Let me disconnect one of the radio stations. Once we do, I'll take and get us over to Nancy here in a little bit. It's a little too early for us to connect right now. Here we go.
Very cool.
Yeah, I got to give the station, one of the stations, the heads up that we are clear and they are good for to take off over there. And all right. Yeah, are you going to come over with us on Nancy's show?
Yeah, I always listen in and try to put in when I can, but I also kind of do some stuff around the house while I'm listening. So
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't blame you. And yeah, it's gonna be pretty good tonight from what I'm gathering. So we got. I think she's gonna have Phil Summer in tonight, too.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Phil's gonna be in or not. I talked to him earlier. And he was trying to get a hold of Nancy, so I'm not quite sure about that. But you know, he's a pretty good guy. You know, he's been on a lot of ghost hunter shows, and now he's exploring other areas of the paranormal on the conspiracy side. So
nice.
Yeah. Well, Jack, I'm going to head on out of here on that, and I'll get this up and out like I always do. So
Awesome,
I'll catch you over in the other group. All right?
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. All right, let's get Vixen's Vault up and running. Where are we at? We got to add the peoples. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey.
Hey.
Did you put Phil on the list?
Hold on here.
He's blowing me up in Facebook.
Yeah, let me get him in there. Unless he's changed his.
No, because he already. I told him to jump on Teams.
Yeah.
And then I made sure he messaged me on Teams, so he's on.
Okay. I didn't see him light up. Okay, hold on here. Still working on that while I get your other stuff going. Oh man. Good.
Vic, I didn't think you were coming on tonight.
I'm not. I'm just going to listen.
I'm not.
I've been losing my cookies today. You don't want me to, you know.
Oh.
In addition to the other stuff, so but Arpad said, "Well, you could." I said it was a good topic.
I'm working on trying to get Phil in with us.
Okay, cool. No, actually, yeah. Well, I've got Phil coming on. He was on the Hornet last week, and I think he wants to be able to talk about it a little bit, and I'm fine with that. That works into the paranormal side of things, and he and I have been going back and forth about what's going on currently politically.
I'll send him the link, and then he can just join.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
All right.
Hi, Jack. Hi.
Oh, crap. Man. I am.
Cookies. She lost her cookies.
She lost her cookies.
Yeah,
so no Mark Edworthy tonight, huh?
Well, I don't know where he's been.
Okay. Well, anyways,
all lazy and shit.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Roger.
Hey,
Jack.
Hold
Mark,
on here. Let me get you going. You got like 30 seconds.
Okay. Just make sure Phil knows not to talk when he gets in. Because
I haven't been able to even. I'm bouncing around. I haven't even been able to get that far yet. I'm looking for Jason right now and trying to get Raph to take and come in. I don't think David Campion's coming in tonight, right?
I thought he was. He got a hold of me on Facebook and told me Edworthy wasn't.
Here's Jason. I'm trying to get Jason in with us. No, he just bumped out. I'll 3, 2, 1, and you are live right now.
Welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is Wednesday, August the 27th, 2025. It's been a very interesting day, as most of you know. Anybody who's got a radio, television set, or, any type of communications device that was on would probably know the occurrences that happened today, especially if you live here stateside. You would know that we had another shooting, although this one I would actually qualify as a mass shooting because it was, I believe, all said and done, 19 people shot children. Actually, mostly children were shot, and of course, sadly, 2 die. And I would like to say, you know, God, I don't even know if my condolences actually wraps it up. What do you say to a family that's lost an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old? What do you say? I don't think there's anything that you can say, except, you know, God love them. They're in a better place. And my God, we all feel your loss with you, just nowhere near as much as you're feeling it. And that's just horrific. But yeah, I figured I don't like normally starting with that type of news, but it was a really big event today. And of course, it wasn't handled very well by the local government. But, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, folks? We live in a very crazy society right now, and the rules don't seem to apply to everybody equally. And that's becoming very, very, very clear as time is moving on, as this would be the 5th mass shooter in the last several years that was actually a transgender. So you would think that they're going to kind of get the idea. And I guess my question was, as a person who's with somebody who actually is a firearms instructor, who's literally licensed through the NRA, my first question was, how are these people getting firearms legally? Because if you are a transgender and you embrace that gender dysphoria is a mental illness. You cannot get a firearm if you have a mental illness diagnosed. You can't. Trust me, I dare you to fill out an application, and where it says, do you have a mental illness? You put yes. See what happens. So either they lied on firearms applications, or, you know, again, something's not right. Just not right. Now, I know when I did ask Raphael about that earlier tonight, he did say to me, well, you know, they may not have even put anything down because there's no way to really check. I mean, go ahead.
It's not just that it doesn't matter whether they indicate it or not, but it's got to be medically diagnosed, and they have to be a danger to themselves or others. And unless they're talking about, you know, committing, you know, self-inflicted or doing unto others, they really can't DQ them on that. So, yeah, is it an oversight or whatever? But yeah, maybe. But the reality is, you just can't. You can't restrict everybody's rights. You know, overly restrict everybody else's rights without overly restricting yours.
That's kind of interesting you said that, because you're right in that respect. But I do kind of question certain things, because I think, you know, if you've had a felony charge, and that could be a white collar crime, it could be pretty much, you know, anything, that restricts you from buying a firearm. You cannot buy a firearm if you've had felony charges.
I am just I'm just sorry, Nancy. I'm just on a devil's advocate for a second, as I usually do. It's the entire transgender mental illness thing. It's quite contentious at the moment.
Well, you know, that's even if you're doing the fad thing, because I think a lot of the young people are doing the fad thing. It's the way to annoy their parents and get attention. You know, every generation has a different, like our generation, it was goth. I mean, there's always that clique that gets created that just wants to rebel and annoy the crap out of their parents any way they can. I think some of it is that, but I also think we have a medical community that should 100% be hung and held responsible for a lot of this. In fact, it was one of the radio shows I was listening to today actually brought it up, and I agreed with it 1,000%, because, you know, when you are in the medical fields, you take the Hippocratic Oath. You take an oath to do no harm, to only help. That's all. It's very similar to the Wiccan oath, the Wiccan Rede. It's do no harm. And yet, doing transitional type surgeries and, oh my God, maiming children, that's harmful. There's no helping that. Just to placate their emotional instability, which they all are at that age, it's wrong on more levels than I can say, and I don't see how it does not violate the Hippocratic Oath. It absolutely does. So, but to me, they've created this problem, them and the and psychology, to be very honest with you. It seems that that's a very forgotten thing, and I never hear them talk about that in the press, how the psychologists are kind of reshaping the rules of society to fit whatever fantasy land they're smoking. Because they are the ones that back this in many ways and say, oh, well, maybe gender dysphoria is not a mental illness. Oh, I'm pretty sure if you think you are the wrong sex and you are determined enough to mutilate your own body to prove it, pretty sure you got some mental illness going on. So it's... Go ahead.
Can I jump into that? I know I've harped on this before, and one of the things that I keep harping on is that we've abdicated personal responsibility, and we have created so many safety nets to protect ourselves from ourselves that we have allowed Darwinism to go by the wayside. There's no longer survival of the fittest. It is, we're coddling the weak and then bringing them into society with all the same rights and expectations as you do everybody. There's at some point, those people that want to go should be allowed to go without some kind of stigma. I know I'm probably not in the majority in that, but again, I think that, I don't totally disagree with the globalists about overpopulation. With that, I think we didn't prune the tree enough, and it's gotten weak over time. And, maybe some of these people, should, basically...
I agree with that.
You know what I'm trying to say. I don't want to say it, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. And you're trying. Wow, I really have to thank you for that, because you're actually trying to not be Pinochet on the show. Oh my God, it's a first. But that was very nice of you. I guess my question is...
There's always the wood chipper.
So God. But, again, I'm thinking to myself, even the mayor's response. Okay, to me, there should be a comeuppance for that type of a response, to sit there and say, everybody needs to support the transgender community. Maybe it's just that we've had it shoved down our throats so hard and so unceasingly over the last, 5 to 10 years, that it's just gotten to that point where you just want to throw up every time you hear something like that, because it's like, listen, nobody's saying they're not human like everybody else. Of course they are. And nobody's not saying that, some of them might be partially stable, but there's no way you're stable when you think you're living in the wrong body and you're determined enough to change that by putting hormones that don't belong there, or physically having surgery, cutting off parts of your body. That there's something seriously wrong with that. Mutilation is like messed up. But to have a prime political figure sit there and hem and haw and basically tell people not to pray for these families because, it was gun violence. Yeah, it was gun violence, but I'm just going to once again point out, there are laws in play to prevent people like that from getting guns. So you might want to deter. They keep wanting to make more laws. This is the platform they're going to run it on.
What happened on news today?
What, hon? Say that again.
Were you talking about what happened earlier?
Yeah, we're talking about the shooting and the response that has come out of it, and the failures along the way. I mean, and I'll be the first one to say, I think the actual shooter was failed in some ways. The children of the school were failed, and I know somebody made the comment that where was the security? Well, okay. Number one, it's Minnesota, so yeah, there's that. But number two, I mean, one, I'm sure the school had security. They weren't in school. They were in a Catholic church. It was a mass. And I can tell you for a fact, because my family is Catholic, Yeah,
it was a church shooting,
cannot.
not a school shooting.
Well, no, it was the kids.
I can tell you.
The school was having a mass for the children. So the kids had, and they do that. I went to Catholic school. You know that, Rafi, for 8 years. And on certain days, the whole school goes to mass. It was just the way they do it. But in Catholic churches in the United States right now, you cannot have a gun inside the church. You can't. So
they do have marshals that do have that do carry that people don't know. They're
correct.
Not knowingly, but they do have those people there because there's even in the Charles AME. You know,
Phil, you're breaking up, Phil.
There's somebody there that had a pew. You know, so oh, I'm breaking out.
Yep.
Yeah, Phil, you might want to reboot your system. I'll fill in on that too. And going back to this personal responsibility thing, the whole idea of restricting gun sales is inherently problematic because you're giving the power of the government to restrict gun sales. Period. That violates the Second Amendment right. The reason why we have the problems the way we do is because we've allowed the government to set conditions on allowing us to exercise our rights that were not envisioned by the founding fathers. They created. The studies show that there's on average. The U.S. population commits 4 felonies a day. Everybody commits 4 felonies a day without knowing it, and that allows for the government to do selective prosecution. I mean, you got to go back all the way back to at least Jim Crow laws to see how they're using lawfare to weed out segments of the population from being able to vote and be able to own firearms. That is, being able to vote and being able to have firearms is power. It is political power. It is power of the people to hold their government in check. But the minute you start restricting it for whatever reason, you can Hegelian dialectic all along create all kinds of problems in order to justify those kinds of solutions.
Yep.
But you got to let it go and just let them. Everybody's just going to have to take their hits on for their own actions. They have to take responsibility for it instead of applying these wide swaths, basically of restrictions on everybody else.
I agree.
That's the problem.
It's funny because even, like I said, even with the shooter, I do have a certain amount of sympathy for the shooter, and I know there's people out there that's going to disagree with me there.
Too.
Because again, it's a kid. Well, he was 17, I guess, when he came out. I mean, he's putting all sorts of hormones in his body that don't belong in a male body. And I'm going to make that science point right there. I know people say, well, it's their choice. It's their this. Let me tell you guys, there are anatomical differences between women and men. And when you put an overabundance of female hormones into a male body, those female hormones are literally made to be in a female body. Why? Well, we carry more water. We have differences in our anatomy that allow those hormones to work correctly in our bodies. Not so much with the male anatomy. And it's the same thing going the other way. Men, when you start putting testosterone in females, you got problems. And it messes with your neurons. It messes with your, oh my gosh, your nervous system, everything. So to sit there and tell me that somebody who's a treated trans, in other words, somebody who's going through transformation, is okay, I will cut your legs off at the knees and show you the medical documentation that shows there's no way they're okay. There's no way. Physically or mentally, they're not. It's not possible. So unless they're like hermaphrodite and they've got
a question, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a question.
Ask.
Say example one of the
Phil, you're cutting in and out. I can't.
Who dies, right? Whether they're male before they're whatever. will their ghosts reflect what they've changed into, or will
No.
their man?
No, they won't. When that's the thing, if you dig them up in 50 years,
I'm in an immigrant. I'm out in the country.
I was going to say, if put it this way, when you dig up graves from, let's even say 1,000 years ago, because I'm again going to put this out there that this is not the first time society has done these things, because not maybe down to the surgery, but I mean during Roman times and Egyptian time, you had eunuchs, you had it was like the Hellfire Club on crack in those times. I mean, the sexual hijinks were crazy. But if you dig those bodies up now, you can definitely tell who's male and who's female at birth, because even if you
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, even if you cut off appendages or breasts or whatever, it doesn't matter. Your structures, your internal structures, your bone structure, all that, it's either male or female. Men have an extra rib. I mean, there's things that again define you as male or female, and it doesn't matter how much you do to try to change that. You're not really changing it. And like I said, God help them if crap hits the fan and they can't get their hormones, because they're going to go right back to what they were.
Could I go over a quick statistic?
A quick what?
This is in terms.
I just changed the
quick
settings on
statistic.
Yeah, go ahead.
In terms, right? So this is in terms. And good evening. How is everybody? Good to see everybody. Hope everybody's well.
My love.
Yeah. So this is the number of school shootings per president since Reagan. And what I'm getting to on this is just how. Well, just let's go over this for a second. So Reagan, 11, respectively under Reagan. George W., the Poppy Bush, 12. Bill Clinton, 23. This is not just school shit, but mass shootings, school shootings, where somebody crazy, had no reason to do it. Okay. Boy George, 20, respectively. Okay, then we get to Barry Soetoro, or Obama, Barack Obama. 100. You ready for this number? So far we have 11 under Reagan, 12, then Bill, 23, then Boy George, 20. Okay, so 23 was the highest under Bill. You ready for this? You want to know how many under Barry Soetoro, aka Obama? 162. And keep in mind the 49, because that was quite a lot that supposedly died at the 91 fest in Vegas there. That was not under Mr. Soetoro, aka Obama's watch. That was under Trump's watch. So 162, not including Vegas. And just having known that some of those things were operations that were very different, it just makes me want to take more than a day just to see what's what. I like to take 3 or 4 days just to see what's what.
Hold on, because you and I know this, because we've had this discussion on the show before. And by the way, folks, I didn't do it at the beginning. It was very remiss, but I'd like to welcome my panel. I have the same panel every week. I know I have some newer listeners on that are actually, because I advertise a little bit more on Facebook. In fact, I got to jump in that chat because I feel like an idiot right now. But Jason, who's new to our show, he's been on with I think probably maybe a month and a half, 6 weeks now. Incredible addition to the show. He's right up there with the rest of us when it comes to the conspiracies and researching, and just tired of watching the Hegelian dialectic play out over and over and over and over, and watching people fall for it every damn time, and watching the chaos that it caused. So he's a great addition. I've got Phil. Go ahead. Phil, you've got to do something with your mic. I can't. You are breaking up horrible. Oh, okay. I think I've lost him.
I just fixed the mic settings.
Okay, I've got Mark Edworthy, who's over in England. Mark has been with me since I transitioned from Cafe Enigma to the Vault.
2 years now. Must be.
There you are.
Yeah,
there you
went
are.
up. Yeah. You went
I
up
mean,
or something?
he's our flair from overseas, and it's fun because Mark doesn't see eye to eye with a lot of us here.
Noise suppression was on. Is it better now?
A little bit.
Buddy, your problem isn't noise suppression. Your problem is your connection.
I just would.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm out in the trees.
Okay. All right. So we've got Mark, who's, I like to say Mark is he's our reason why we brainstorm on the show, because he'll have a counter opinion. And then everybody's like, well, wait a minute. Hold on. But it brings a lot of balance to the show. And Mark, as always, thank you for jumping on with us. I love it when you're here. I've got Vicky, who's staying quiet tonight. I'm going to respect that because Vicky's been having issues with the stomach all day, so she's here. But Vicky she's another Anon that I met years ago. When it comes to theology and when it comes to looking at the situations that are occurring now, I don't think you get much quicker on the draw than Vic. And I love having her here, and she's just a great addition. I've got Roger Dodger over there. Roger is my go-to guy. You want to talk ancient occult? Man, there are not too many people I know that can come up with things that Roger can come up with, and it's absolutely accurate, and he's put a lot of thought into a lot of this. In fact, he's got some of his own programs going on now that I'll key you guys into at the end of the show because it's really incredible. Tonight I've got Raphael, and of course, as y'all know, Raphael is my significant other. Raphael worked for the federal government and served in the military, and he's right up there with us when it comes to conspiracies. But he is my Pinochet guy, as I like to say, because his solution to everything is just Pinochet. Just take them all up in a chopper and throw them out. just flat, and we're done. Then I've got
give me a Thanos Infinity Glove. I'll take care of it.
The Infinity Glove. Oh no. And then tonight we have Phil Summers joining us. Now I've had Phil on previously, and I know Phil from the paranormal for years. I mean, he was paranormal boy for a long time. Actually, Ghost Box boy, if I remember right.
I
but
was
Phil,
like 18 then.
Yeah, I know. God, shut up, Phil. Just shut up. We're not going to go over age. But Phil was out on the USS Hornet last week, and I do want to talk about that with him later in the show. But guys, first, I got to take us out to our first break of the evening. When we return, we're going to talk about this a little bit more because it was kind of a little bit discombobulated there trying to get Phil's audio right, and it sounds much better. Hang in there, guys. We'll be back with the VIXEN'S Vault in just a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break, and wow, we're on time.
Is it okay for me to
We're on time.
Is it okay for me to pass gas now a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, by all means.
Yep.
You sound a lot better now, Phil.
Yes.
Sorry it took a while to get you in. I didn't have issues with connecting stuff until just a little bit ago, and then I'm like, oh no, I had this on manual. I should have had it on auto. Oh no, get the stations back. I'm like, oh no, not that. And we didn't have you or MC, so I'm like, hold on. I'm juggling some stuff.
I'm trying to get.
Well, everybody's here. Hey, MC, how's it going?
Hey, I'm all right. No complaints. How you doing?
Not too bad. Yeah,
that was a good point, by the way, my MC, about the mass shootings and the numbers. Although I don't count Las Vegas. Las Vegas was a government thing. That's
right, especially because we were just talking about the Smith Modernization Act last week, HR 5736.
Where did Phil go? Oh no, did Phil leave? Here he is.
Did we leave Phil?
I got him back in the. There he is.
Locked you.
There you go, Phil. Looking good. What? Rafael Martinez dropped out. Now he's back. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Yeah, hey, I even had Jack Carey using his camera tonight. Look out.
I saw that. I did see that. I was
And
like,
you got to
wow.
see Daisy and the Sundance Kid patrolling the bunker.
Nice.
It's looking good, Philby. You're on mute. That's all right now. Mark, man, I missed you too, buddy.
Cheers.
Yeah, because Roger keeps.
My camera's on point.
Yeah.
If you see how good my camera is.
Roger keeps telling me I'm a beautiful guy, and I'm like, come on, stop that crap.
Roger,
you know, Mark, they say bald-headed guys are way more sexier now in 2025. Have you noticed that?
No.
Make Mark feel good.
Yeah, that won't work.
Jason
It's
Dwayne
just.
The Rock Johnson.
I'm just going to tell you, take it or leave it. Baldness is a sure sign of wisdom, because we have all the experiences that have caused us to lose our hair, that have gained that through experience. Okay.
You worked at a factory with a lot of.
No. I started losing my hair when I was 16. So, yeah, and I have as much now as I did when I was 22. Yeah, 21 or 22.
Gentlemen.
Maybe it
hold on.
I'm not human.
I have an idea.
I'm not human. That's right. But I'm not a reptile either, though.
Imagine, I mean, if I had all the kids he did, man, I wouldn't have any hair, dude. My beard would be gone, everything, dude. I was like, oh my God. How many kids you got? Like 20?
7.
That's
not 27, just 7 kids.
Not a reptile.
Yeah.
I have an idea. Hold on. Before we go back on air, I have an idea.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Mark Edworthy, you're going to do Locks of Love for the other Mark. We're just Locks of Love. That's what
Locks of Love. Locks of Love. Yeah,
She's inventing stuff and shit.
I have this Slender Man animation, and it says Slender Chance, man.
That's him trying to guys. Check that out.
Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are alive and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, folks, to the Vixen's Vault. Again, today's date is August the 27th. We are almost out of the month of August. Can y'all believe it? And it has been a red hot August this month. It's been, nothing short of a bazillion things happening at one time, including weather. But almost out, guys. We're almost in September, and guess what's after that? October, which is, of course, my favorite month. Love Halloween. And speaking of that, really quick, I'm gonna self-advertise here for a moment. We will be doing the broadcast again this year for the May Stringer House, closing in the week before Halloween. So y'all get to see a real haunted house, and it is haunted. Believe me, I've investigated there multiple times. And see the community in Brooksville, Florida, which is quite a lovely little community. It's a really neat thing to do. I love going there, and I loved doing the event last year. We had a lot of fun doing it. All right, with that, we're going to continue back into our discussion, which was, of course, actually Jason, or MK, was making a point about mass shootings and the amount of noted mass shootings that we had under Obama. And when I say noted, I'm saying the ones that were actually statistically entered in as a shooting. Because there is something, I don't know, Jason, if you've noticed it, but there's something that's occurred over the last 20 years where it seemed like, because again, it is, all of this is part of a gun grab. And I will put that out there very clearly.
Yep.
I think a lot of these situations they're put into play. We'll call them, you can call them a false flag, you can call it whatever you want. But they're situations that are either exacerbated or put into play just to bring attention to the fact that we are armed. and to try to remove our arms. And I think Sandy Hook would be a perfect example of that. I mean, they literally I think that was a push to try to federalize law enforcement, to remove the power from the sheriff. But that's that, and that, not a lot you can do about it. Just be more aware, folks. But I can tell you that, a mass shooting once upon a time was, a lot of people. Usually, and usually more fatalities, and that's what I'm saying. To be considered a mass shooting, I think it was 8 or more. It was the only time it really cracked the news. Dead. I'm saying 8 or more dead people, not 8 people shot, not 2 people dead.
Shot outside of Philadelphia, and when the brothers shoot each other down there because they owe each other money for drugs or whatever, if somebody pulls up, no, I'm being dead serious. If somebody pulls up and shoots the corner up and 3 or 4 people get hit, it will come on the local news in Philadelphia as a mass shooting. Now, that's just incorrect. A mass shooting, that indicates that there's no motive, that the motive is just a crazy person and he most likely shot himself. And, that's, like you said, that's how they sensationalize this. I mean, Chicago, that's another place where they have tons of gang violence. They have over 400 killings per year. Yet if 4 of them happen at once, or 3 of them happen at once, and 2 other people get hit, they refer to it as a mass shooting.
Well, it's not just that. It's the redefining of different conditions surrounding a mass shooting, like the word casualty. That's my prime example. There are, there's mass casualties. Well, when I was growing up, the word casualty defined a death, not injury.
When did you ever hear breaking news when you grew up before 9/11?
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't.
Did you know that in the military, you couldn't say if you worked in the morgue that it was a death, because only a coroner can take and say that it's a death. So you would have to say we have X amount of casualties.
Yep. But that's what I'm saying. The word somehow got reconfigured and redefined somewhere along the way. Somebody decided, let's just call anybody involved in a shooting that's been even scratched. You can be called a casualty in a shooting if you scratched yourself on a branch on a tree.
The difference between a mass shooting and a mass casualty event is there is the motive, like you said already, but they over-sensationalize the mass shooting aspect, because if it bleeds, it leads, and it promotes ratings for their dying networks.
So in other words, once again, we're going to look at the press, and that was my offshoot when I started talking about this earlier, was that, between the press and the politicians, folks, we got a big problem in this country, a big problem, because they're getting you wrapped up, and not just that. And I think Jason and Rafi will definitely agree with me. Probably Phil. Mark's over there shaking his head, so I know where Mark stands. I see you, Mr. Edworthy.
Sorry, I was just thinking about the word casualty from a British perspective, and I think, as far as I understand, casualty just means somebody that has been harmed.
Yeah, see, maybe we took on the British perspective somewhere along the line, because here, if you said casualty, and I was, again, y'all know that I worked in the medical industry. If you say casualty, that is death. That is, we are getting body bags.
In terms of etymology, it really is refreshing to hear folks from England, who invented the English language, use it correctly. I'm just saying, because before I got into Jordan Maxwell and really started to get an understanding of Latin and Aramaic and whatnot, and I learned things like mortgage, for example, like the mortuary, gauge, meaning grip. It literally means your death grip. You pay your mortgage. Things like that. It kind of goes down that avenue when you hear the actual words, like rhetoric, full of rhetoric. It's, I don't know. It's refreshing.
Dude, you know what's really sad? We've been lied to so much, and so much is changing so quickly that we are all like becoming experts in etymology just to freaking understand what the word is really supposed to mean.
Well, you have to be. Real quick, KRS-One said this. If you don't have the nuance in English in order to think your own thoughts, if you don't have the words, if you don't have the vocabulary, you can't think your own thought. You can't express what your own thought is, even to yourself, much less somebody else.
He's absolutely correct.
And you sure scrap don't deserve a CDL license to drive a Mack truck if you can't speak English.
Oh Lord, we had this conversation last week because I flipped out the way I always do.
It happened
why,
again.
Why do we give our driver's license tests in 72 different languages? Tell me how that makes any sense when our road signs are in English. And if you cannot speak English, you most certainly cannot read it. So why are they driving if they can't read our road signs?
Most of your road signs pictures, imagery.
No. No.
Yeah.
Tell that to the idiot in the middle, in the center lane, driving down a highway, and they've got to turn down a certain street, and they can't read the street name because they can't speak English, or they can't see the sign that says road construction up ahead and can't read English, or merge. They can't read English. I mean, it's a problem.
They don't know the zipper effect, and they completely ruin a lot of the reason why a lot of these cities like Charleston here, there's so many people coming in, and a lot of them, if you go to the DMV, they're foreigners. They're coming in, and they're coming in, getting papers, and they don't know the road. This city in Charleston has been a quiet sanctuary city for the longest time. So they've been giving these people licenses for the longest time. And I was the victim of that a couple years ago. And I got wrecked because somebody didn't know how to go when the light turned green. So I was a victim of that. I feel personally attacked when people talk about how they disagree that everybody should be able to drive even if they don't speak English and all that. We should be, the world is peace and all that stuff. That's all it is. And I really do feel personally attacked with that conversation when people pull that stuff on me when they talk with me about that.
I think my point is too, again, one of the other segues with that is that, on the federal level and on the state level, our support systems for, the poor, the people who are in the poverty level, basically do you guys remember when Trump ran the first time and the election issues at that time? It was about public support being given to illegals and how that could never happen. And I remember Hillary Clinton saying, they will never get welfare. And they were already getting welfare. Raphael can attest to that. He was ICE. Yeah. I mean, the fact is that so they go to our public places. They go to the units where you get food stamps and SNAP benefits and everything else. They can't speak a lick of English.
And they teach them how to do it. And they have translators there to help them learn how to do it.
Why are we providing translators if you're supposed to be an American citizen to get these benefits? It goes beyond the pale of insanity.
Sanctuary cities.
Can I tell you the reason why they're doing this? They're doing it because the politicians are using these illegal immigrants to do their dirty, be a part of gangs, fight their wars for them, and that's exactly what they did in California. In 318, they called on 318 group. I forget the name of the 318, whatever. It was a name associated with 318, and they had them go out and fight ICE off, and the politicians were calling for them people to go out and kill these people that were trying to protect this country the way should have been protected all along.
I don't
Instead of
disagree,
open
but
border stuff that we've had for
it's not just open borders, though. The open borders initially was about I'll tell you, and Rafi, when I first said it, Rafi said, no way. And I was like, I'm telling you, they're doing this so they can build a military that will fire on the American people without even questioning. Why? Because they don't have family. They don't have blood. They don't have roots here.
Have no
You bring
ties
in a
to-
bunch of, there's
Have
no
no
ties
ties.
to the people. So you bring in
And
all
IRS
these
agents with pistols now.
Have you seen the news? Have you seen the news in Mexico? Have been paying attention to news? What's going down in Mexico?
No.
Which
Mexico?
thing?
Mexico is now like getting to the point where they are not allowing people from Venezuela and all those southern countries to go and migrate to their country because they don't want the people there, because there's too many people there in Mexico now. And they're stopping there, and they're Claudia Sheinbaum is saying, "Oh, we need to help these people. We need to help these people," and she's really playing it off like everything's fine down there. Meanwhile, the cops are helping the cartels and kidnapping people for stuff going on down in Venezuela. And help there, and it's a mess. It's a mess.
Well, Mexico. I was going to say Mexico and Venezuela are linked at the hip, and it's something I pointed out the other day on my Facebook because I questioned. And Raphael said to me, I said, I know it might sound far fetched, but that's how my brain thinks. I am way outside the box a lot of times.
You're not.
But I was like, in my mind,
you're not out of the box on this.
Well, here's my thing. What a lot of Americans don't know, our military is knocking on Venezuela's door right now. We've sent battleships down there because we're going after them. But I don't think it's about the oil. Everybody says, oh, it's about the oil. It's about the oil. I'm like, it's not about the oil. I think it's about the freaking telescope.
No.
I think it's about the telescope up in the mountains because it's been protected there for a long time. And let me tell you something. We're talking right now, in the past few months, we've had an object, an interstellar object that they're saying is not natural, okay? And a lot of experts now have looked at it and said, no, it doesn't appear to be natural. It's moving too fast, and it's changing directionals, and it's actually it's coming right at us. So they put that out. Of course, let's pull the horn, let's scream panic because we don't know. But what we do know is that well, here, let me finish my thought process. What we do know is that we have been warned. Serge Manasse warned us about Bluebeam over and over. We know we have the technology to do a mass holographic event. We know we have the satellites up there to project the mass holographic events. We know this is, and where would be the best place to do these from? The observatories. Why? Because they're high up, and they can reach the signal will reach a lot faster.
And they can reach a lot more people using TikTok and these other different sources. Not Facebook, because Facebook
I'm not so much
doesn't
saying
get
about
information like those other.
But I'm not saying about broadcast. Not on radio frequency waves, not the way you're thinking broadcast. I'm thinking rebroadcast as in a refraction, as in other words, bouncing a signal up and bouncing it back down. And creating holographic images that people will 100% believe are real. I mean,
well, here's something too. Even when I was stationed in Panama, the CIA would always go down to Peru and Ecuador because of those sites. All right, but it's bigger than that because they're all HARP type sites.
And Arecibo got taken out during Trump's administration, and I'm like, I said, guys, don't you remember, Mark? I think I actually did a show. They went a couple of years back, and Raphael will remember it because I pointed it out because I was like, what the hell is going on? Not one, not two, but 4 different major observatories went offline at the same exact time. One of them was our national observatory here in the States, and they blamed it on a scare at the post office at the site of the observatory. Okay. Shut the whole observatory down for like a week.
Yeah.
Right. At the same time, simultaneously, the observatory in Venezuela got shut down. The observatory in Chile got shut down. And Arecibo got shut down. And nobody was like questioning. I'm like, why is nobody questioning why all these observatories are down at the same time?
Do you know why? Do you want to know why all those observatories are closing down? It's not because of any kind of alien invasion or whatever. They are building the Iron Dome, and they are basically going down all these different telescopes and all different.
That's actually a very good theory, because you're right.
They're doing they're field tests right now. Please.
Oh, Phil, I want you to participate, but you're killing me, man.
I know it's your audio is going in and out, so we're getting like one word here, one word there, and it's horrible because what you're saying is great. It's just I'm piecemealing it together, and I know you pretty well. So it's working for me, but I'm sure my listeners are like, "Oh God, we really want to hear what he's saying," because it makes sense.
Testing.
Well, there you go. It's kind of random.
Now? There you go.
Yeah. But I mean,
it is.
Yeah, it's off again. There we go. Okay, so
hey Phil, just go on standby, man. Listen in.
And yeah, reboot when we go on break.
Yeah.
All right. So what Phil is trying to say, the point he's making is that it's actually not the Iron Dome, it's the Golden Dome, which is this administration's, I guess, Iron Dome type defense system that they're putting into play. And he's making the point that, again, the observatories are pivotally positioned to reinforce something like that, or to create a network grid to enforce something like that. And he's not wrong on that. But they're also pivotally positioned to create a mass event if they wanted to. And
I'm going to counter that, because like the one that they shut down here in the U.S. was only for a few days, and it was supposedly because one of the janitors had child porn on their systems. Why do you shut down? Why do you shut down an entire observatory for child porn, and only for a few hours if you're going to be installing a Golden Dome?
That sounds like complete BS.
Again, I'm with, and actually the one in the States, that was the Solar Observatory, and that one, it was funny because I know a lot of conspiracy people were like, "Oh no, the sun's gonna blow up and kill us all." No, dude, it's more like the government is planting stuff. But the thing is again, it makes you question what were they putting into place, because all four of those observatories went down, and those are the ones we knew about. See, that's the thing. They don't talk like observatories we're not always kept up to date as to what's going on.
Yeah, and don't forget, right at that same time, archives went down too. The government archives at the same time.
In fact, I could see Jason's face. Jason, you have to understand. And Mark will verify this. I watch the archive sites vigilantly, because they go down constantly, and I'm like, every time they go down,
that's shady. When something goes down, that's when they're shuffling, or when they can be.
Yep, they're
deleting history. Sorry, Nancy. When you say go down, you mean DNS access
go offline
from the US, or DNS or something else?
They go offline. They clean the dirty work.
It's worldwide. You'll see, like the different sites that I keep an eye on show me when they're faltering, when the systems start faltering. In other words, that could be a hub. You know that. It could be multiple things.
We're talking about CND, CDN issue.
Talk about multiple sites. Yes, it will tell me which ones too. But they go down and then they go completely offline. So that's why I said you'll watch it. It'll start wiggling, and I'll be like, "Oh, look at that! Problems." Gas.
Are you checking via the DNS, or are you checking via the IP? Just out of curiosity.
It's actually a combination. Yeah, you have to. You know that.
Yeah.
So,
if you checking via DNS, only.
They go completely off. I mean, totally offline, and they go black for like 24 to 48 hours every time. And they come back up, and then people will say, well, I can't find this article, or I can't find that, or I can't. Yeah, because they've now been scrubbed. They're scrubbing archives, and it's become a lot more prevalent over the last year. I will say that. I'm seeing it happen a lot more
I've heard about
often.
Wayback Machine. Apparently that's pretty effective. Yeah,
Wayback.
Why would a platform like that, a content management system like that, need to be shut down to scrub?
Because people are watching. Why do you think they fear Anons as much as they do? Because Anons watch everything. We watch everything. We're watching everything. So it's like, yeah, we can see when things are not right. We can see when things are getting moved around. We can see when code's getting screwed with. So yeah, shut it off. Don't let us see what you're taking. That would be as a strategist, that's what I would do. I'd shut the whole darn thing down. You can't see crap now, buddy. I'm going to do what I want. And then I'll bring it back up, and you can figure out what I did later. That's it. It's the smarter way to do it. Oh, Phil, I love you, Phil, but Lord, we're gonna all volunteer and fix your microphone for you. I swear to God. We can see you. It's a great image, but we can't hear you. But I mean, again, it's neither here nor there. I think we can all agree. And all the panelists here, I respect everybody's opinions. We can all agree something major is afoot. There's an acceleration of events that's kind of almost crazy at this point. It's like, we're not looking at DC right now. Did you see where the mayor of DC came out today and basically said that? Oh, Phil. I'm going to play this back as a comedy reel. I swear to God. But Phil, just pause till we come off break, because all I can hear is I can't hear what you're saying. So when basically the mayor of DC went public today and basically said that, yeah, since Trump brought the troops into DC, crime has pretty much gone to nothing. So it's effective. And the people of DC, over the last 2 days, I've noticed a lot coming out where they're showing the people who live in DC saying, thank God. Just, the crime has gotten really much better. And what I think bothers me is that 2 days ago, there was a public announcement. Chris Miller is going after the mayor of DC and several other officials because they were doing what? They were screwing with the crime statistics. And that is another segue back around to, again, you cannot trust our press. You cannot trust the reporting statistic groups. You can't trust any of it because you're only as good as the information that's input. And if they're not putting the crimes in the system or they're downgrading crimes, like I think what they found when they were looking through the files is that instead of reporting things as murders, they were reporting them as like accidental deaths. I mean, to keep the stats down. And like I said to you guys, I was in DC for January 6th, 2021. So was Rafi. And we could tell you what an absolute state of squalor DC was in when we were there. And it was, like I said, it was humiliating. Like I was embarrassed that this was my nation's capital. It smelled. It was filthy. And that should never, ever be. I don't care if you are a patriot or not. Your capital should never be like disgusting. That's what all of our dignitaries see. It should never be in the condition it was in, ever.
Yeah, but Moscow's not like that.
It's not. It's been like that for a long time.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, let's look at London at the moment.
I was not going to embarrass you, Mark. I was going to be nice. I didn't going to say look at London because, yeah, you guys are having some big problems over there. Oh, yeah. All right, guys, I got to take us out for our second break of the evening. While we're on break, hopefully Mr. Phil Summers will reboot his computer and we can hear him. Hang in there, guys. We shall return in just a few more minutes with the VIXEN'S Vault.
All right, we're on radio break.
Jason and Mark, did you guys see what I put in the chat before the show about the purple light, blue light?
Yeah, just pulled off the paper on that one. The brain circuitry, then.
Yeah, because the reason I did that, if you watched the first video, in Florida specifically, and Raphael again will back me up on this because it's something we talked to his brother about 2 years ago. We've been seeing these purple lights, and Tampa is like grounds, like they're everywhere in Tampa. Apparently Orlando also. And they keep telling us on the news because it's bad enough to where a lot of people now are starting to say something. And the power company and the provider of the lights have said, "Oh, well, it was a flaw in the bulbs and they were replacing them, but nothing's gotten replaced."
South Florida, like Miami-Dade or whatever. Nothing out of there.
I haven't seen anything out of South Florida, but I have a feeling, yeah, because if it's in Central,
interesting.
It's most likely in Jacksonville and Miami. But if you look at the research on blue light / purple light, because again, purple doesn't really exist in the light spectrum in a lot of ways. It's more of a blue contamination. If you read the papers, you'll see that. But blue light, they've been messing with blue light for a long time for mind control because of the areas of the brain that it can affect. And in fact, they use it for drug treatment in a lot of ways. And I said that.
Just a heads up, I did have to, earlier, I did have to restart YouTube under a different title. There's 2 lives for tonight. We're on the second one. And Facebook just kind of like gave out on us, so I tried to get it back, but no helping there, so I cut it off.
Okay, cool.
Just to let you know.
All right, I was going to say, are we jumping to another chat here in a minute?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, and I wasn't paying attention, so yeah, good on me there. Yep. Let's go to VIXEN'S Vault, the Legion of Chaos 2, and get the crew ready there. Hey, Raph. Let me get the rest of them in.
Vicky, that was quite a cute thing that you just put in there. Blue light, purple light repels.
No.
Do you want me to try to add Phil?
Yes, try to add him. We got when I could understand him.
I couldn't
smart.
make out hardly anything that he did.
Oh. No, just leave it. Just leave it.
Just leave
blue
it.
Light and purple light.
I'll just say that we couldn't connect with him. All right.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds good. Everybody else on board with that?
Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to connect with them now, but it's not letting me. Okay. I'll see what we can do when we come off a break, on our last break. All right.
Rafi and Roger, you guys agree with that? You good?
Yes.
Yeah. Because editing is going to suck otherwise.
Yeah,
Mark,
he's destroying the quality of the broadcast.
Yeah.
You guys are like interrupting Roger dry humping Vicky's leg. So go ahead.
What?
Okay,
Stop it!
It's a blue light, purple light special thing.
No, we had. Didn't we have another person in here besides Phil too?
Jason.
Jason, where's Jason go? Yeah. Okay, hold on here.
He's listening too, so he's got.
Jason, I'm setting you up a link to the other. Yeah, you know. Hold on here. There you are.
Mark is talking. All I can hear is Roger in the background going very softly. Vicky.
Let me resend him the link.
I'm still thinking about the cookies, man. What kind of cookies are we talking about?
Oh.
Peanut butter.
I'm really
Okay,
working
only
it
thing-
tonight, guys. So okay. I hope Jason should pop in as soon as he sees that. Jason, I know you're probably listening over on D Live or wherever you're at. Yeah, I'm trying to get you to join. I sent you the next link in Telegram. Here he comes.
There he is.
There he is.
I was gonna say,
There you
Jason,
are.
take notes on
I knew
how
I was
Roger
missing someone. All right, so
But the blue light and the
red
purple
light, blue
do you
light, green
remember that?
light.
No, it's from a couple
Special.
of years ago where they talked about that they had them up in Israel, for sure, because of
Yes.
they had the underground. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, I
And it
do,
does-
and I.
it,
Yep.
yeah, it repels the genetically engineered life forms if they, horror should get out of the tunnel.
That supposedly don't exist. Those genetically engineered life forms. Oh God, guys.
You've had pictures. You
Good
put
boy.
pictures in those creatures. Whatever
Yep.
they are. They're scary.
Wait, who's playing something about Jewish children? I can hear it.
Oh,
Robbie, is that you?
yeah, sorry.
Uh,
It was about this rich Jewish kid that requires protection.
Oh, great.
But nowadays, that's all Jewish kids.
That's a
I
sad
think
state of
that's
affairs,
going to
too,
be
though.
true.
Okay,
Hey, man, you can thank
3,
Netanyahu for
2,
But you can't have nice
1,
things.
and you are live. Oh no, I'm kidding. Just kidding.
And on the radio side.
Yeah, on the radio. I'm telling you, I didn't have
Well, you can't have
problems
nice
until
things.
I had minor issues earlier. All right, and then just with one connection dropped, and I got it back up, and then another one dropped, and then I couldn't get it. So and then we had the combobulation, in between your show and Jack's show. Oh my God, it's like crazy. It's got me throwing off my. It's got me throwing off my my rhythm. But we, yeah, because there is a rhythm to what I do on my side.
I was going to say that we had connection problems with Phil, and I couldn't.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean,
It reminded me. It reminded me when we first started, and I was doing this stuff in the road while I was on the job. It was that painful.
Oh God. Yeah, that was hard because your signal would drop. It would go up, down, up, down, up, down.
I've upgraded all our gear, so we don't have those problems anymore.
Other things go up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah,
you do.
Life.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Life.
I do.
We're okay. Roger's with us, so I'm surprised he didn't make a comment.
Blue light special.
Roger's smoking. I guarantee it.
Thank
He's
God.
not at his thing right now.
Not today, Satan.
Not
What today, Satan?
I love that.
I'm here.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. We've been on track, and I haven't had to call Vicky up to take and do a blessing on the air again. So we've been good. That way, I guess.
Just give
I'm
us
like,
time, Mark. Just give us time. We're working on it.
no. 30 seconds. This is the real 30 seconds this time.
Oh God.
I don't believe him.
Don't believe me. You don't believe me and see what happens, Roger.
The man that cried.
Down,
wolf.
up, down, up, down. What?
Hey, wait. I heard up, down, up, down, up, down.
That's right.
Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And we are back. Welcome back, folks, to the Vixen's Vault. I am your hostess, the Wicked Vixen. Today's date is August the 27th, 2025. We are rolling past the 10 o'clock hour here on the Vault. It's been a great show. Unfortunately, we're trying to get Phil back on, but the connections are not quite making it. So Phil, if you can hear me, we're trying. We're still trying to get you back. It's just not, we don't have you here yet. So if we do get you back on, just mute when you come in so it doesn't interrupt in case we're in conversation. All right, but back to the conversation. Why exactly is the U.S. military threatening on the coastline of Venezuela, and what does Mexico have to do with it? Because Mexico and Venezuela have got some kind of compadre system going on there. And again, it's something, when I noticed that, and I started thinking, it's not the oil. It's not the oil. It can't be the oil. That's ridiculous.
It's the drugs.
It's not the drugs. It's not. I'm telling you, it's about what is in Venezuela. That's why they did a regime control change out there. I'm telling you, it's what it is. It's the timing. All of it fits. But Mexico's placing it. And again, Mexico's just showing, when this president got elected, and I am not a racist, folks, but one of the first things I looked at Raphael,
Yes,
and you got to understand, shut up, brown
Yes,
boy.
yes.
I love you.
You
Okay.
go, Whitey.
So, yeah, I'm there, baby.
Well,
I'm there.
At least he didn't call you that lizard thing.
Please, Jack. That's right.
I know. And he calls me a racist. Really? Okay. So basically, when she got elected, one of the first things I did was look into her, obviously because of her last name. And I was like, she's Jewish. For the love of God. The Mexicans have elected a Jewish person as their head of state. That's interesting. Doesn't happen very often. So what's her connection to the deep state, the New World Order? And you start looking, and sure enough, plenty of connections going on there. So I thought, okay, so she's hand in hand with the cartel. This is basically, they're putting their power figures in play to try to segue in to that one world order, New World Order type of scenario. And Mexico would be a primary place. Why? Because Mexico right now is the actual superhighway for any indigent and idiot that wants to get into the United States. That was only stopped by Donald Trump. Thank God Donald Trump got elected, because if he had not been elected, we would have been in even more serious trouble. But the fact is, at the rate of almost, 10,000 a day at one point coming across that border during the Biden administration, 10,000 people a day. Mark, think about that. You guys are having a hard time in England because of the bounce over there and the amount of immigrants you're getting. Think about 10,000 a day coming, and that was what they could count. That was not the ones that were coming from north to south, number one, because we were getting them from Canada too. A lot of Chinese coming in through Canada.
But remember, your country is a lot larger than Britain. A lot larger than Britain, so...
Yes, a lot more places for them to hide, unfortunately. But, again, 10,000 a day. And our economy, people kept saying, oh, the economy's great. No, the economy is horrible. And it was getting worse and worse and worse. And even under Trump, I'm going to say, Trump is playing the game. He's playing the game. He's playing it out, so people, I'm thinking it's a trap. He's giving them what they want, letting them see what they want to see, but really what's happening behind the scenes is not what they want. Because again, our economy, 45,000 on the stock market, what kind of crack is everybody smoking? It's inflated numbers, and it's based off really bad deals and really bad contracts and money that doesn't exist. It's pretty simple. It's all going to implode. There's no choice. It has to implode because it cannot sustain. I mean, Florida's getting a whacking right now. Why? Because our housing market, it's getting absolutely destroyed down here now. Why? Because they inflated it to something that was not sustainable. Not sustainable. So again, everything is happening for a reason, and I do believe they are putting other monetary systems in place as basically placeholders to take over. I do believe, again, I'll say it, I say it every week on this show. This internet that we're on, it's going to be non-existent within a year. It's going away. They're going to replace it. And I'm telling you that just from all the stuff I've seen. I'm going to think so I don't think it's going to be quantum. Everybody keeps saying quantum. I don't think so. I think it's going to be more blockchain related type systems. It's going to be damn near impossible to hack. But that's needed.
Never say never.
Again, you can't say never because the people that write it, code it, and build it.
Especially with AI too, they'll have AI possibly cracking codes in a year,
I
2,
think
3
you're
years.
putting too much emphasis on so-called artificial intelligence. when you look at the extent of the World Wide Web, you aren't going to expect every single company, every single internet site to change over protocols or change over.
Yes,
absolutely.
They're going to have to take it down.
It will happen.
Mark,
Yeah.
they're going to have to take it down. They're going to
It'll
take
be
it down.
it'll be the new internet will be MySpace 2.0.
That's going to cause major.
You're gonna make your site on a closed internet system. It's not even gonna be internet.
It's going to cause major chaos. But let me tell you, it's gonna.
This is why we need to have a conversation on the dark web. I mentioned this before, but people have this misconception of what the dark web is, and all of this restrictions you guys are talking about.
Yeah,
that's going to force you into what will be known as the new dark web. Everything that you're doing right now will be on the dark web, and you'll be criminals.
Server projects such as I don't know what Microsoft calls it now. Their old ISS and Apache and Nginx.
Yeah.
Well, number one, let's not even include Microsoft in the package, because Microsoft, they're a big problem, a huge problem. And
we're going to have to learn a new, languages or platforms, right?
Well, I think it's not going to be what you think. I'll put it that way. It's not going to be what people think. I don't think you're going to have the type of hands-on what we have now when it comes to being able to develop. But I do think there are people that have been building it that are fully versed in what it is and how it works. I'm not one of those people, obviously. But I do know from a technical aspect and from a professional aspect that what we work on right now is nowhere close to safe. And it's nowhere close to what you think it is. It is literally a giant trap. And it's been set up as a trap. It has been utilized as a trap. It was built as a trap. And that's what people don't understand. We cannot continue in the state that we're using. Right now, there's more crime committed on the internet that y'all aren't even aware of that is not stoppable. And the crime
is a scam. It's a
scam. Yeah, it goes back to that series of
it's not just scams. What did the internet do?
Series of episodes of me and Roger did a couple weeks ago. Arguably, individual platforms can be considered as being not safe. But to label the entire web or the entire internet to be not safe is a bit.
It's
silly.
Not safe, Mark.
It's not. Like saying that roads are not safe.
They're not.
What's an IRL?
What's
an IRL?
What's
an IRL?
I know it. IRL.
Yeah.
UL.
Deny RL. That's funny.
Sorry, going back to my point. The road outside of my house, I've never heard of anybody getting knocked over on it.
Well, okay, so roads are not safe, though, inherently, because you can't control everything on the road. You get on the road, you're in control of what you're doing.
The road is not safe because some of them have accidents.
Yes, but what is the internet? What have I always said to you? What do I call the internet? I call the internet the what? The information superhighway. That is what I've always called it. Why? Because it is like the Autobahn of information. And you can drive safely on the Autobahn if you want, or you could drive recklessly on the Autobahn if you want. Because there's really nothing to stop you. It's the same thing with the internet.
In theory, that is what things like the recently enforced UK Online Safety Act and
I saw that.
The EU online markets.
Yes, but what does that do? What does that Safety Act do? Think about it. Because if you think that was put into play to help keep your children safe, or help keep you safe, or help keep sexual crimes from being committed, or pornography from being distributed, if you really think that that's why it's there, Mark, I love you, but you're an idiot. That is
That's
not why it
one
was put
reason.
there.
That's one reason. Or at least that's the public.
That's the public given reason.
Yeah.
But the actual reason is so what? They can stack and track everything you're freaking doing.
Regulation
And shut
is
you
to
down.
Shut you down, dude. You know what? And everybody has a hard time with believing it when I tell them that frickin' ARPA is the one who created what we know as frickin' the internet today.
Yep.
And ARPA is frickin' the first name that was given to DARPA before it changed.
Yep.
Okay. And even I hear these people who are supposed to be into frickin' conspiracies and frickin' paranormal talking about DARPA, and they have no clue that it's the internet. It's not all about this fascinating, mysterious underworld frickin' organization. It's the frickin' internet. They're the ones who did all this stuff into space research with NASA, all of it. The internet.
All the transhumanism research, that's all
The
DARPA.
technological wing of the Pentagon.
We are talking mainly about the web, not the internet per se, but the World Wide Web, which was created mainly through CERN and mainly European and especially UK taxpayers' money.
Well, and here's the other thought. Here's the other thought process. This is where I'm going with it, because I really do believe we are on the verge of being given information that they've had for a long time, but I think they're about to release a different source of energy besides electricity. And that alone, and I keep saying that's another reason why I keep saying, what we're using as the internet is not going to be what we use in the future. It's this within a year. I'm telling you, it's gone. It's gone. And we are going to have. Mark, I'm telling
any one of us spinning up a web server now, except for technical acumen. But what's stopping any of us getting a computer, sticking a copy of Apache or Nginx on it and spinning up our own web server?
Nothing stops you from doing that. But what's going to stop? The fact is if they make it so you cannot do anything unless you are on their form of internet. You cannot bank. You can't buy food. You can't get gas. You can't get water. You cannot live unless you're on their grid. And that's, I mean, they're already here in the States. They've already tried to do the, on-grid, off-grid shit where, you have to have smart boxes. That was their first smart boxes for your power. And basically everybody, even if in Florida, you cannot not have a smart box on your property. You could have, if there's any kind of a structure on that property, including an RV, that can provide a roof over your head, you have to have a smart box on the land. You cannot live off the grid in Florida. You don't necessarily have to hook to that smart box with your power, but it's there. And I always say, well, why do you, okay, guys, so you think if it's just a smart box, what harm can it do? Why do you think they would put just a smart box on your damn property? Y'all do not understand the technology that's in the smart boxes. You really don't. It's called a smart box for a reason.
No, it's just a monitoring station.
No, it's not, Mark. Not here. I don't know.
Okay,
I mean,
I don't know.
Do you remember in Boston, sometime around 2012, there was, and this was on like the regular local news up there, something like 100 house fires. Some of them were actual explosions, but others were fires, and they brought their cameras by and they filmed some of the stuff. And some of them had melted down the side, like, the siding, etc. And they had melted down the sides of the homes that, thank God, they didn't catch on fire. And then some of the other homes were completely lost. That was, pretty telling.
Actually, the Maui fires, there's been conjecture and theories all over the place that the Maui fires were started conjunctionally with the smart boxes, which makes a lot of sense considering what burned. But it's not just that. Okay, so when 2020 happened and we were talking about the vote rigging and all this and how could they do it? Oh, they weren't online. How could they do it? There was no internet provided. but there was. Because when you start breaking down the actual formation of the smart box is actually connectivity. You can hack into somebody's computer through a smart box, and we proved it. So again, what you think a smart box is and what it actually is are two different animals. And what it's capable of, the invasion of your privacy, the absolute, they can control so many things with it. Heck, you can, even your electronics now in your kitchen, your smart refrigerator, your smart this, it can be hacked. Anything like that can be hacked. Your driver's license can be hacked. Why? It's got an RFID chip in it.
This is what always amuses me about the sort of Internet of Things concept and smart light bulbs and smart fridges and stuff. Why do people need smart light bulbs?
Because they're lazy. Because they're lazy.
You just walk across the room and just flick a switch.
Okay, it's because humanity, for some reason, at least the current iteration of it, seems to think that it somehow denotes intelligent to prove how lazy you actually are. Oh, look at how smart I'm the Jetsons. I can clap my hands and turn on lights. No, you're lazy. Get off the couch and turn off the light.
And what happens?
We do like our remote
what happened
for the
during
TV.
the Ring Bell Amazon fiasco when data gets misused, or if so-called cloud servers are disconnected.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
What's going to happen, Mark? Because why do we allow ourselves to become that dependent on it to begin with? What was the wrong with snail mail? What's wrong with taking notes on paper? Why did we allow ourselves to become so dependent on something that could be turned off literally with a flick of a finger? Literally.
On another point,
It's speed of activity. It's a lot faster. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a matter of opinion. I created a post, a Minds post, back on August the 4th. That was talking about that back in June, the 19th, June the 20th, the UK Data Use and Access Act came into legislation, which means that over the next 12 months, it's expected to have digital IDs rolled out. So digital identifications. Now, if you think about the Chinese Sesame system, in relation to that, your bank account, your internet access, your everything in your life is connected to this identification, then yeah, you can see some major issues there.
They're doing that here too, though. It's been a slow progression here, where they introduced, the Real ID, the Real ID Act, and the Real ID has got like all your most personal information. The DMV has it. Like I said, when the DMV gets hacked, I get very worried, because the DMV is literally sitting on like a plethora of information, personal information on everybody, because you have to provide that to the DMV in order to get a driver's license or an ID in most states now.
Here's another thing. The thing about it though is, everything that we've been talking about tonight, they're all indicators of end of empire. Even the whole going gay thing, and those are all found in previous cycles of empire if you look back in history. But, as far as the decline of the United States and the world in general, you're seeing, I hate saying it, but Trump is part of they're playing us right down the middle. The left brought in all these illegal aliens. Trump comes in to save us with all these ICE raids. But at the same time, he's using Kristi Noem to go down to the Latin American countries and get them all on board with digital universal ID. Yeah, it's just the Hegelian dialectic is working exactly as they planned. They're going to have.
Well, how else are you going to get them to want to go home if they can't get the money that Josara will give to them? That's how you get them out of here. But go home and get your money.
No, listen. I'm not saying that they don't need to go home. What I'm saying is, if they're all the things that we,
we're terrified
all the things that we're terrified of, because all the things that they use on everybody else, eventually they use on us. Is what I'm getting at. So all the biometric, universal digital ID, that it will be used on us. But not only that, but I was just hearing how there's some leak. So someone was saying that they have unleashed FunVax on us. Do you remember that from 2005 when they were talking about the Pentagon briefing, where they were talking about how they could do aerosol vaccination, vaccinating religion out of the brain? They call it FunVax, fundamental, because fundamental religion is what they're basically targeting, fundamentalists. But
that didn't work.
But they are apparently using it here as well. Why? Because they need total control. They want your government to be your god, and whatever AI they put in place.
Yeah, it is kind of.
AI can't pick up on a spiritual awakening, which is why Looking Glass couldn't get it.
Hey, are we ever going to take a break?
I didn't see that.
I'm sorry, Mark. Yes, we're out of here, guys. We got to take our last break of the evening. Sorry I let it go over because I got into what Rafi was saying. We will be back in just a few minutes with the last segment of the Vixen's Vault. Hang in there, guys.
Sure, just blame me. Get under the bus, Rafi. Get under the bus.
Well, rebels.
Yeah, we were only. Well, the last one was 1 minute behind. This one's 2 minutes behind.
I thought I was right on the last one. I was right on time because I literally took it off at 54, and when I looked up, it was 55.
Yeah, Mark, what Toshik has raised his hand.
Yeah, when I raise my hand, I'm like, we're.
Oh, dude, I can't. Okay, so you know what? Try to put your hand like against your camera because I'm in
like
camera.
this,
I'm in the
see?
camera mode. I can't see the chat.
Speed it up. Let's go.
I could see. Actually, I could see you doing that. I thought, what's he doing? Manja.
No, and then I kept going like this, putting my hand on my head.
Are you saying manja?
No, break.
I said manja as in eat. That's what Italian mothers do. Manja. Manja.
I was getting a
No.
different picture whenever you were putting your hand on your head. I was like, he just can't believe these guys are talking this crazy stuff.
No, I know that they'll talk that crazy stuff.
All right, so if
Just rebels.
Can everybody who's on the stream see you, Mark, or is it just us? Because I was just to say, just flip us off. And
Everybody
I'll know right
can
away,
see me.
well,
I have the camera on, unless you turn my camera view off on your end.
I was just gonna say, just flip me off on the camera. I'll be like, okay, break then.
No.
Well, I didn't know if they could see you or not.
That is
the one symbol I'm going to stop and go, oh.
Or you can wave your Gandalf pipe around like a magic wand.
Where's the Gandalf pipe? I want to see that.
Yeah, I took my pipe out to go, no!
Yeah. You know what you guys are really talking about, though? This stuff reminds me of that crap that happened with Czechoslovakia back before World War II. Every single thing you guys are talking about reminds me of this stuff. I've been having to do it, go back over it, but it's all the way down. Especially
it's crazy because you're right. You're right, Roger. And I know what you're talking about, and you are right. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because I know I still stick behind the fact that, there's going to be new systems that emerge out of this. And I am a person who 100% believes that it's probably going to be the countries we see right now are not going to be the same. You're going to have it split in 3 different directions. You're going to have Russia take a chunk, China's going to take a chunk, and we're going to take a chunk.
7 different directions. There's supposed
I
to be
don't see 7. I see
7
5.
kingdoms. No, there are 7 federations. They're supposed to be. And
either
they all have different nodes.
I get where Ralphie
Wasn't
gets
that in
upset.
Game of Thrones, too?
Yeah, but they always say that their television is basically a soft sell. It's a soft sell for what's coming.
Yeah, it is because it's resonance
Could be
frequency
right,
is
but
gonna
I
come in.
can't see it being done in such a quick.
Oh no, but it's been happening.
I know why they're, see, I'm surprised we haven't invaded Mexico yet. All right? I want them to invade Mexico and take that crystal cave that they got down there and make it into like the quantum computer central for the world. All right, and then we can have some real AI, and my artwork will get fantastic, and we'll have awesome shows that will always be crystal clear because it'll be from crystals. All right.
You know what, though, dude? I get where Ralphie gets really uncomfortable with all this because he really is when it comes to anarchy.
Here we go.
I could define him as an anarchist.
Now this. We had Brent Hamachek on at the beginning of the month on John's show, Censorship Sucks. And he was like, we should have Al-Qaeda at our border instead of Mexico because they would be better, neighbors than they would know what to do and what not to do, and we wouldn't take that kind of crap. So, we got less than 30 seconds. And, he's like, I'll vote for Trump for a third term if they do that, if we invade. But he's very non-combative about everything else except for that. Here's your countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
And we're back, folks. Welcome back to the last segment of the Vixen's Vault. We always have wild and crazy breaks. For the first 2 minutes of the break tonight, my producer was giving me absolute crack because I was late taking us out to the break. My bad, Mark. My bad. I get involved in my conversations, and I don't have Dave Championi here to say, break! So, my mistake. I got to apologize to my producer who's here every week busting his butt to make sure our shows are airing correctly and in a timely manner. So, please, Mark, really a sincere apology. But with that being said, the break somehow melted down into pre-World War II conditions, and then Mexico, and then a conversation on another show that dealt with whether or not we should invade Mexico. And it's interesting because when Mark said that, my brain kind of clicked for a minute because I've thought that for a long time. We should have gone into Mexico a while ago because Mexico has allowed for so much that has really caused issues here. And I'm not saying that it's not our fault because Mexican government worked hand in hand with our own government to create these problems.
Right.
The cartels would not
that's
be
exactly where I was going to go.
Yeah, the cartels would not be who they are or what they are had it not been for the United States government.
You're right.
There's two kinds of cartels. The
president.
ones that have U.S. permission and the ones that don't.
Well, even the ones that don't
There you
are
go.
still playing a part. I mean, we have, again, our politicians have really created a disastrous type of situation here, and one that's very hard to control. And when you are a citizen in this country, you don't see it like that until you really start taking a look at it. Like Fast and Furious should have woken a lot of people up. It should have shaken a lot of people awake to know that all the guns that they were using, everything was coming directly from here. And that even the terrorists, some of the terrorist acts that were committed by quote unquote Al-Qaeda, I believe, what was the one in France with the journalist, the newspaper situation that got attacked? Those were Fast and Furious.
Oh, come on, Nancy! It started back with Iran Contra.
Oh God, with Ollie North, good old Ollie North, who took the hit for everybody. Good old Ollie. Yeah, and actually G.W. Bush Sr. had his hands in that big time, as he did many other things. But, like I said, folks, when you start examining things, not even decade by decade, year by year, and you look at what's happened and you look at action and reaction, over and over and over again, you begin to realize that some of the greatest, most catastrophic events that have occurred because they were planned and executed. And they were done in many ways, not just to take our eye off the ball that we've got major problems within our government, but to allow them to, literally each time something's happened, something large financially has happened behind the scenes. And I always say that, watch the money. Watch the money. Even today there was a mass shooting. I guarantee something major was going on in D.C. Guarantee it. Because they use it as a distraction 99.9% of the time. And that's sad.
muted. I think it was coming from you. Sounded like you, anyway.
No, it's you because you're blinking, like excessively.
I'm blinking.
I'm like, what is going on?
I was muted. I was totally muted.
That was weird. It stopped as soon as you started talking.
Yeah.
It stopped.
It's just telepathy.
Oh Lord. But I mean, again, if you look at it, our major, even 9/11, people always say, "Oh, 9/11, tragic." Yes, very tragic. Even more tragic, the fact that we had a crap ton of money disappear from the Pentagon, and a crap ton of gold disappear. So yeah, you're right. Really tragic. Let's just not look at what disappeared. Even
Right.
Ukraine. It's funny because oh my gosh, General Mike Flynn, he's been on fire lately, and I follow him pretty vigilantly. And I mean, he outed Ukraine hard yesterday. I was like, oh, jeez.
About the biolabs.
About
Right?
not just the biolabs, he went after them for money laundering. Biolabs.
That's good.
He was saying that basically, they keep accusing Russia of kidnapping their children, and he's like, no, that's them. That is actually Zelensky and his wife, and their stupid orphan thing. And no, they're kidnapping their own children. And I'm like, I'm so glad that we have at least one warrior that is, even though he's no longer a general, I mean, he's speaking out. He's giving it to you. He's telling you this is the information. And no, when we told you all, when the Anons came forward and said, listen, it wasn't about Russian citizenship. It wasn't about any of that. That's not why Russia went in. Russia went in because of the biolabs. They went in because they were level 4 gain of function biolabs buttressing the Russian border. Unacceptable in any way, shape, or form in any universe. And they've been there for a while because why? We had photographs of Barack Obama as a U.S. senator in these biolabs in what was it, 2006?
Yeah.
So
You had Lindsey Graham and Chuck, or no, not Chuck. What's the other guy? The
Schumer?
Shifty
the
Schiff?
guy there with there looks like Colonel Sanders.
Chuck Hagel.
Shifty
There
Schiff?
you go. There you go. That's the guy.
I mean, yeah. So guys, it's really, and they pander to the, I don't know how you would say, the cultural sympathy, or maybe the guilt of a culture.
Fear.
To do no, it's not fear. Why did a lot of U.S. citizens?
They created the culture. They create the culture. Yes. They don't cater to it. They create the culture first, and then what they want to do is they want to create that militarized structure. Okay, paramilitary structure is what it's called.
Yeah, but Russia was supposed to be the big boogeyman.
They've been doing this since the early 1900s, and they keep repeating it over and over again. You're seeing a lot of ethno-nationalist movements take place right now, which is resurging from back before World War II ended.
Well, and it's interesting because you're
everything has to do with your ethnic background or your gender. You know what I mean? Come on, dude.
Well,
in your
Roger,
face.
it's interesting because, again, historically, if you look at, again, every time we've had a societal change, we have a knee-jerk. It happens everywhere. I mean, it happened here. It happens in Iran. It's happened in China. It's happened everywhere. When you make an adjustment to a society, you get a knee-jerk reaction out of that society. Usually, 99% of that time, that knee-jerk is a religious one. So, because what you're doing is you're changing the base fabric of their belief systems by advancing the society. And here, like I said, the Industrial Revolution was that knee-jerk. We had the Industrial Revolution. What did that do? Well, that kind of pitted itself against religion, Christianity. So what grew out of that? The evangelical movement did. And the evangelical movement is incredibly strong and incredibly powerful, and they have quite a bit of clout with the government now. So what are we seeing now? We're seeing another change coming. And what do you see? But what are they doing differently this time? They're going after religion. They're going after the Christians. I mean, code was like a test run. Let's prevent them from going to church. Let's
I
do
want to
this.
start
Let's
bringing
do
up
that.
a few points on this. Roger, I know you haven't been in the elements for the last couple of days, but you aware of my conversation with Mr. Robot, what was it, last week in relation to Christian attacks against Christian in sub-Saharan Africa? And in the last couple of days, I wrote about what's been happening in Austria in relation to Shia-based civil contracts being now legally binding, which is arguably against the constitution anyway, but that's an ongoing argument. And in the UK, there is a movement in which wishes to redefine the term Islamophobia, which obviously the Labour government is on board with, which considering the current tensions in the UK, this could aid in further sectarian or it could further inflame sectarian relations or sectarian tensions.
Yeah. No, I don't really call it religious. I call it ideology versus realism. You have realism.
It is ideology.
You have realism, which is a cold, methodical, mechanical device that doesn't care what your ideology is. Then you have ideology, which produces nationalism, and that can be used good, and it can also be used bad. You can make you patriotic, feel honor for your country, stuff like that. But if it's used wrongly, it can actually become dangerous and create things like Nazi Germany. You know.
But on vice versa, if you use the idea of globalism, if you use the idea of Marxism, that could be something that's similar sort of
it all evolved over time, and this is what we've got. Now we're all sitting talking about genders and bathrooms. Oh, I don't like the idea of having, unibathrooms. I mean, my house has a unibathroom in it. It's been there ever since I moved in, dude. Freaking men and women use it. You know what I mean?
Only 2, 3, 4 people may use your bathroom.
Just come over. I'm not gonna let my guests freaking pee their pants. They can use it too.
Well, yeah, I know, but it's not a public open bathroom.
But don't forget, Roger will charge you a nickel to 10 cents for every piece of toilet paper you use.
That's true.
And you have to take and put it in the. You have to put it in the jar behind the toilet.
Light a match too.
We might be of my grandmother. Spend a penny, then yeah.
But I mean, the thing is that the governments do recognize the power of ideology, and it's funny because, again, I'm going to point it out, the way the Constitution was set up in this country, we shouldn't be able to have the interference. Like, we shouldn't have an evangelical lobby. We shouldn't. We should not have a Catholic lobby. We shouldn't have any of those things. There should not be APAC. It should not be there. Why? Because religion is not supposed to be commingled with the government. It's
None of the
pretty
PACs
specific.
should be there.
Right.
Yep, I agree.
But
I mean, it's specific. Why? Because ideology can be very dangerous.
Well,
it's a
Nancy,
boon, but it's a bang.
But
Yeah.
Nancy, the elites. I just read something today that was passed from a European person. I think it's German, and he said that the elites, they went. That the elites, those people, the cabal, that's an ideology. It's just we don't know about it. So what they went after the Christian nation Russia in 1900 Bolshevik, revolution. So
yeah.
Okay, no more Christian there. Then they, with World War I and II, they went UK and Netherlands and the Germans. Okay, those were Christian nations at one time, but those are gone. But the countries didn't lose their wealth or anything because of the cabal system that was already existed, and that's kind of the
Yeah, but the thing was, is like the United States. What
and
most
then
people
it
don't
came to the
understand.
U.S. And then it came to the U.S. And they're not successful. They weren't successful yet.
But Vic, the U.S. was not really set up as a Christian nation. That's the thing. Like, most of the forefathers were not. They were, a lot of them were atheists. Actually, it's kind of sad, but it's true.
Actually, they weren't. It was supposed to be under. It was one nation under God. Okay, they wanted a Judeo-Christian because that has justice associated with it.
I was going to
If
say,
you have like Buddhists and ever, or a bunch of reincarnation,
but
then
again,
there's no
it was
justice.
not specified. If we were going to go with one nation under God, then we might as well kiss Israel's ass.
Well,
because that would have shown we were going more towards the Judeo side, not the Christian.
And it is under a Judeo-Christian, but it wasn't specified. It wasn't specified.
Vicky, I sort of agree with you, but I also disagree with you. Remember that in Russia, even during the Soviet times, there was always the Orthodox Christian church. And in China, there's several religions. But the point is that you are allowed to, as in China, you are allowed to believe in religion as long as that religion doesn't overstep what the state, or overstep the state. So it has to be in line with the state.
Well, it's not supposed to be, you don't want one, like the Catholic Church, like in Europe back in the day, where that was it. And anything else, it was, you were, Spanish Inquisition time. It wasn't supposed to be that. It was just that they wanted a Judeo-Christian, because of the justice aspect. Because if you don't have the justice, if it's, let's say, Buddhist or whatever, that they're, it was
the moral compass that we're looking for.
Karma.
Correct.
Karma, karma. Well, better luck next time. That doesn't work.
Just the words Judeo-Christian make me laugh. It's such an oxymoron, especially if you have anything to do with the Talmud and where they say, which if I say that on the air, we may get a strike on YouTube, But I tell you what, make it your homework if you don't know.
Mark, you might want to spin up a new YouTube channel.
It's funny because you're right. And again, I saw this thing. I think it was Netanyahu the other day who actually addressed on public television the fact that he said, well, the Jews didn't kill Christ. Yeah, they did. I'm pretty sure they did. Just gonna put that out there.
Well,
because again,
I don't know what Torah he's reading.
They set him up. They
sold
30
him.
pieces of silver.
They sold him.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so you may not have killed him directly, but you sold him into slavery. You sold him so that what you're slavers. Okay, gotcha. But I mean, like I said,
wait, they gave up their holy for money? No, say it ain't so.
Well,
I know, right?
that they were the synagogue of Satan. He even referred to them. I mean, Jesus, he called them that, and in Revelation, they were called the synagogue of Satan.
They would never put money first.
The Pharisees, exactly. But I mean, they were not what the children of Israel was supposed to be in begin with. They were, the Talmud, the Babylonian, they had all that influence of those Moloch worship and everything. It was their fault. Don't get me wrong, but.
Well, they did. That was
if you go to Israel as an American Christian, not always, but often you'll get spit at, you'll get heckled. And they try to staple these two religions together with this word Judeo-Christian. It's a trick for the West.
I think it's all fake. I think it's all fake. It's
the early 1900s.
Like I said,
Satan was a make-believe creature that was invented by Christians because they needed to make sense of how things work. You know what I mean? It's like you take a look at every demon that a Christian claims existed, and it goes back to pagan deities.
Yep. No, not just pagan, Islamic ones too. I mean, whoever their geopolitical boundaries butts up against.
Angels were stolen from the Phoenicians, the good daemon, if you want to be precise. And like, if you really think that frickin' Cupids are a Christian belief, you need to do a little research. You know, on Valentine's Day when you're celebrating your Savior's frickin' rebirth from death, you know, Cupid's just sitting there with that bow and arrow getting ready to pluck you in the heart and make you fall in love with somebody. And guess what? Cupid is a Phoenician deity.
Yeah, they're all Roman, Greco-Roman gods.
No,
They were
Phoenician.
Okay.
The same people that everybody who's Christian claims worships Moloch.
Right. Ancient Canaan, the Phoenician Canaanites. Right.
You
indeed.
know,
Well, and the people at Jesus' time knew all of those gods, and that my point of being here on the show is to say that, okay, the evangelicals and the Protestants, you know, those people, they don't have that in their church history or church tradition. They don't go back that far, so it's all kind of new to them.
Well,
they don't have that background.
Here's another thing too.
All right,
When you're talking about angels too, the depiction of angels with wings really came from the worship of Nike. All right, when you see Nike, she has wings like an angel. All right, and that ancient Greece.
On her feet. Right?
But you know, I'm going to leave that go, and I'm and if you go further back than that, you can probably even say that Ishtar and some of the other ancients had winged creatures too, like that as well. So I'm going to go back because you got to wrap up the show.
Look at Tanit and his consort, you know what I mean? Like that. If you want to talk about Moloch, talk about Tanit and his wife, his cohort. They were the ones who actually are the ones you're talking about when you talk about Moloch.
Is that It's Babylonian, right?
That's Phoenician.
Okay.
I was going to say, yeah, Marduk was Babylonian. All right, guys, with that, I have got to frickin' get the show off the air before my producer actually has a heart attack right in front of us on camera. Just watch his hands. Just watch his hands.
And we'll have to call down the angels.
Join us next week for another fun and exciting show of the Vixen's Vault, where we can discuss politics and religion and all the things that nobody's ever supposed to talk about, because we talk about it here and we don't care. We still love each other. We love each other, agree or disagree. All right, guys, with that, I'm out of here for the evening. Join us next week for the Vixen's Vault. I don't have time for everybody to say goodnight. Good night, Sarah. Can everybody say goodnight?
Good night. Night, John Boy. Night, Mary Ellen. Not today.
All right. See y'all next week.
Sex.
Chocolate. Oh my God.
All right, and we're out of here. I already got the outro playing, and if we got a few more minutes here before we switch to after show. Who all sticking around for after show?
I cannot. I have surgery in the morning. I cannot stay.
Yeah, I also have some business I need to attend to in the morning, so for the first time, I won't be attending the after show.
I'm doing my satanic rituals and.
Yeah, you can talk all about that and running naked in the moonlight there, along with Mark Edworthy, and how the two of you are gonna have some ancient bloodletting ceremony and thing like that. Yeah, I'm sure everybody wants to know about that, Roger. Okay.
Masturbate, dude. That's it.
And we don't need your links for Pornhub either or whatever. We're off the air, you know. It's like, so is everybody telling me? So is everybody here telling me that we want to take and have me host out, even though it's pretty early?
I was gonna say I can't.
Okay. You gonna stick around, Mark? Roger?
Yeah.
Well, I do have to do my satanic worship. That's very crucial to my.
Oh yeah, it's
Somebody
always.
please send him baby oil.
Or back comes. No, you know what? I stopped using baby oil because P. Daddy stole it.
Anyways, I'm.
You know what I mean? It's like, and then I found out something else. It's called what do they call that stuff? That something glow.
Oh, yeah, you talked about
Oh, see now
before,
when you did that, and you know what happened? My brain went back to Eddie Murphy's Coming to America.
Yes.
Let your soul go, Jerry
That's
Curl.
what
That's
I
what I
was
was
thinking.
thinking.
Curl.
That's what when I first heard it, that's what I thought too. But
Just let your soul glow. Oh my God, that's sad.
that was
The fact that Jason and I are on the same exact thought process is sad too, because I know it's exactly where my brain went. I'm like, I'm literally picturing that guy that played the actor that played.
All right, MC, do me a favor. On your switch over to something that I can host out to you on on D Live. I'm not sure if I'll have some Jordan Maxwell when I come back up, but I probably will later on. And there'll be some from the archives as well as my archives as well, not just the archives. And some. Hey, I wanted to ask you, what's Matt Moniz doing lately, Nancy, and maybe we can get him in on the round circle table here that you got. You've had him in. You've had him on before. It's been a while. Maybe we can get Matt back.
She bailed, dude.
She bailed, of course. Right when there was something very important that I wanted to discuss with her. I'll have to shoot her a message later. All right. I will set up the after show for you guys, and just give me a sec. Yeah. Hold on, guys. I am gonna get going the after show for the Legion of Chaos from Nancy Planetta's show. Let's see here. 1, 2. Roger. I don't know if Vicky's coming in or not, but we can. Okay, Roger. Mark.
Cool.
I'm calling. I brought Vicky in just in case she can come in here. All right. So let me set this up. Oh, okay. It's looking good on my end. All right. And while you guys are going there, I'm gonna
get coffee real quick, and I'll be right back.
Sure. How you been, Mark? You've been out of pocket for a couple weeks. What have you been up to?
Well, yeah, it was just a lot of just multiple different things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not that John guy making you do work. Is there? Huh? That John guy?
Not sure John guy?
Yeah. You know, the Ottmans.
Oh no, I have not spoken to them in this year. Actually, I think.
Wow. I thought you got. I thought you were still in with that group yet.
No. I was talking about this the other day. It seems like that most of the staff either walked or were fired from mines. And they are running on what looks like one employed staff member, and which isn't, which is just a community support person, which has been quiet, and
Wow.
it looks like they're letting the platform rot. In effect.
Yeah, I was wondering, it just seems, I know a few people that are just so exclusive to it. Yeah, but when I go over there, it just seems kind of dead. I don't mean, I mean, there's activity there, but it's not like it used to be.
Yeah.
Talk. That's what it's about. Stop being. I mean, like, I go on there, man, and everybody's like, "Oh, I love mine so much," but guess what? Nobody freaking ever responds. Nobody makes comments. Nobody talks.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I still publish posts on mine, so.
Well, I'm not including you.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, when I used to make a post on mines in the past, and that I used to get some, notifications. Hey, I got folks trying to not listen, but check out my stuff, and I'm like, it doesn't seem to be there anymore.
Enough about him to watch that, but
it doesn't.
I'm still getting likes and comments on my content, not very much. Yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm going to be editing while we talk, but yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like the senior staff have, dare I say, given up.
Well, it's more too, like, the people on there too, because it seems like mines. Everybody's talking about how much they love mines, but it just seems to be a place where they can dump their media and just move on too. You know what I mean? Like, you'll see crap loads of posts from everybody.
Why then?
But they don't ever interact with people. You know what I mean? Like, when you make a comment on somebody's post, I always make it a point to at least respond to them. You know what I mean? I always have.
Not all the time, but yeah. I don't know.
I mean, have you ever found a comment that you made on any of my posts that I didn't respond to?
If I ever made a comment on your post?
See, lack of interest. Didn't even make a comment.
Submitted for your
approval.
approval.
Well, what's the one thing I emphasize? Every stream I ever do, I tell everybody down in the comment section. I don't care if you talk. You can talk in the chat all you want. Have a good time. But that comment section is the most important thing, because you know what? That's gonna freaking boost your viewership like you wouldn't believe if you could get people in there to actually do the comment section.
I don't know. It depends on the platform. And I would argue not so much with mines.
You take a look at every single video I've seen with good comments in the comment section and does great on views. Every single one of them.
Again, it's platform dependent, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Well,
then again, I don't need to make comments because we speak to each other on a daily, weekly sort of basis. So, but I don't know. You know my background with MindSync. You know how critical I have been of the senior staff members and my thoughts on the senior staff members.
I get confused with you though, because one moment you're critical about them, and then when I start talking, all of a sudden you start defending them and shit. You and Han both do.
Depends on the subject. Depends on the specific subject. I'm not going to.
I'm too hardcore.
Them on every single point.